Welcome to the history of the Palestinians, a journey through land, memory, and resilience. From the ancient hills of Canaan to the streets of modern Gaza and Jerusalem, this story explores a people's enduring connection to home, culture, and identity. Discover how history, exile, and resistance shaped one of the world's most profound and contested narratives. Long before the modern world divided the earth into nations and flags, the land now called Palestine stood as one of humanity's earliest and most enduring cradles of life. Between the Mediterranean Sea and the deserts that stretched toward Arabia, it formed the bridge between continents, a corridor where Africa touched Asia, and where the first sparks of organized civilization began to glow. The world was young, and the soil here was already ancient. Archaeologists call this region the Levant, a name that carries both geography and mystery. It is the land of rising light, the place where the sun of early human history first broke the horizon. In its valleys and hills, modern science finds the bones and tools of humanity's ancestors. Flint knives, cave drawings, and hearths blackened by fire, long extinguished. The story of Palestine does not begin with kingdoms or prophets. It begins with the most elemental human act, survival. Around 12,000 years ago, as the Ice Age drew to its end, small bands of hunter-gatherers began to linger longer beside rivers and springs. In the Jordan Valley, a fertile depression lying more than 200 meters below sea level, they found abundance. The climate was mild, the soil rich, and the nearby Dead Sea offered salt, an ancient preservative. Here, at a site modern archaeologists call Jericho, people began to do something revolutionary. They stayed. They built circular houses of mud brick, planted wild grains, and stored their harvest in clay jars. They tamed goats and dogs, marking the earliest forms of domestication. Over generations, these settlements expanded, connected by trails that would one day become roads. Jericho grew into a fortified village, the oldest known walled city on earth. Behind those walls, human beings first learned what it meant to live together in permanence. These early people were not yet Canaanites or Israelites, Arabs or Hebrews. They were simply communities shaped by the land and season. Their identity came from the soil beneath their feet, not yet from names or boundaries. Yet they set in motion something extraordinary. They transformed nature into culture, and settlement into civilization. From their fields came surplus. From surplus came trade. From trade came writing and law. In the soft mud of the Jordan Valley, humanity's long memory began to form. By 7000 BCE, agriculture spread westward toward the Mediterranean and northward into the Galilee hills. Clay figurines found near Basin and Nablus depict women, fertility symbols that reveal a spiritual life tied to earth and birth. The people worshipped the cycles of nature, the rain, the harvest, the rebirth of spring. Every season was a prayer. Even in these early millennia, the land's dual nature was clear, harsh yet generous, small yet infinite in meaning. As trade routes developed, Palestine became a vital connector between civilizations. From the Nile Delta in Egypt to the Euphrates River in Mesopotamia, caravans carried obsidian, copper, spices, and textiles. The Levantine Corridor, as historians later called it, was the ancient world's highway. Merchants passed through Gaza and Jericho, resting in oasis towns that became centers of exchange and culture. Languages mingled, inventions spread. The wheel, the plough, the potter's kiln, all found early expression in this crossroads of human progress. By the 3rd millennium BCE, city-states dotted the landscape. Their rulers built walls and temples, their scribes recorded harvests on clay tablets. This was the Canaanite age, when the land's first recorded name entered human memory. The Canaanites, a network of Semitic-speaking peoples, inhabited cities like Lachish, Megiddo, and Hazor. They traded olive oil and wine across the Mediterranean, developed distinct art and architecture, and created mythologies that influenced later faiths. Canaanite religion was rich and symbolic. Their pantheon included El, the creator god, Baal, lord of storms, and Asherah, the mother goddess. Their temples, often built beside olive groves or springs, reflected the inseparable bond between life and worship. Rituals celebrated fertility, rain, and the cycle of death and rebirth. Through these practices, the people of Canaan expressed a worldview rooted in harmony with the natural world, a vision that would echo through later monotheistic traditions in new, refined forms. The Egyptians knew Canaan well. To the great pharaohs, it was both partner and prize, a land of tribute, rebellion, and opportunity. Egyptian inscriptions from around 2000 BCE describe military campaigns and trade expeditions through the region. The relationship was complex. Canaanite princes paid tribute in gold and cedar wood, yet Egyptian culture influenced local art and governance. The interchange was cultural as much as political. Canaanite pottery began to reflect Egyptian motifs. Egyptian temples adopted Canaanite deities. It was not domination so much as osmosis, the merging of civilizations through proximity and necessity. By 1500 BCE, Canaan had become a frontier between the great powers of the ancient world, Egypt, Mesopotamia, and the Hittites of Anatolia. Each empire sought to control the trade routes that passed through its valleys and ports. Yet no empire could hold it completely. Geography itself resisted conquest. The rugged hills, the shifting deserts, and the fiercely independent city-states made permanent occupation difficult. This pattern, foreign power contending with local resilience, would define Palestinian history forever. Through trade, war, and migration, the people of this land absorbed influences, yet retained continuity. Their gods evolved, their languages changed, but their connection to the soil endured. Each generation inherited both the blessings and burdens of geography. Palestine was not only a place to live, it was a destiny written in its terrain. Whoever settled it became part of its long, unbroken story. By the late Bronze Age, the land between the Jordan River and the sea had matured into a constellation of thriving city-states. Yet prosperity also bred vulnerability. The same crossroads that had once brought wealth now attracted conquest. From the north came traders and raiders, from the south imperial armies seeking tribute, and from the sea a new people whose arrival would alter the region's destiny. Around 1200 BCE, a wave of migrants known collectively as the Sea Peoples appeared along the eastern Mediterranean. Among them were the Philistines, skilled seafarers believed to have originated from the Aegean. They settled along the southern coast, building fortified cities at Gaza, Ashkelon, Ashdod, Ekron, and Gath. These 5 urban centers formed a powerful league, Pentapolis, that dominated the coastal plain for centuries. The Philistines brought with them new technologies and artistic styles, distinctive pottery, advanced metallurgy, and a taste for monumental architecture. They worshipped their own pantheon, gods like Dagon and Ashtoreth, but over time absorbed local traditions and languages. Their presence introduced a new duality into the land's fabric: the coastal plain of the Philistines and the inland highlands of the Canaanites and emerging Israelites. The highlands, sparsely populated and less accessible to foreign powers, became the stage for a new cultural evolution. Archaeological surveys show that in the 12th and 11th centuries BCE, small agrarian villages began appearing across these hills. Simple stone dwellings clustered around central courtyards, lacking the lavish temples of the Canaanite plains. These were the early Israelite settlements, the product of local populations adapting to new conditions rather than a foreign invasion. Over time, they developed distinct cultural practices: dietary laws, unique pottery, and a faith increasingly focused on one invisible God. The Hebrew Bible would later shape how the world remembered this transformation. It tells of patriarchs and prophets, of exodus from Egypt, of conquest and covenant. The narrative, though theological, reflects deep historical memory, the struggle of tribes seeking stability in a contested land. Whether as history or myth, these stories became the moral framework through which generations understood belonging to this soil. By 1000 BCE, tribal confederations had unified under King Saul, followed by David, who captured Jerusalem and made it his capital. His son Solomon transformed the city into a monumental center of religion and governance, building the first temple as a dwelling for the divine. For a brief moment, unity and prosperity seemed within reach. The kingdom controlled trade routes from the Red Sea to Damascus, drawing tribute from neighboring lands. Inscriptions and artifacts from this period attest to a society both advanced and confident. Yet unity, as so often in this land, proved fleeting. After Solomon's death, the realm split into two: the kingdom of Israel in the north and Judah in the south. Rivalries emerged, borders hardened, and prophets warned of divine judgment should the people forget justice and mercy. Their warnings proved prophetic in the political sense, if not the supernatural. Foreign powers were already closing in. To the northeast rose Assyria, the iron-fisted empire of Nineveh. By the 8th century BCE, Assyrian armies swept across the Levant, subduing Israel's cities one by one. In 722 BCE, the northern kingdom fell. Its elites were exiled, its people dispersed across the empire. Judah survived a little longer, paying tribute to successive empires, Assyrian, then Babylonian, until resistance led to catastrophe. When the Roman Empire shifted eastward and became the Byzantine Empire, the land known as Palestina entered another era of transformation. For centuries, it had been an imperial province, conquered and reconquered by foreign powers. Yet, beneath the politics, the people endured. Farmers still tilled the same terraces their ancestors had carved into the hills. Shepherds still moved their flocks along ancient routes. The landscape itself, its stones, its springs, its olive groves, remained the only constant authority. Under Byzantine rule, which began in the early 4th century CE, Palestine flourished as the cradle of Christianity. The conversion of Emperor Constantine and his mother Helena turned the region into the spiritual center of a new world faith. In 326 CE, Helena traveled through the province identifying holy sites: the cave in Bethlehem where Jesus was born, the hill in Jerusalem where he was crucified, the tomb where he was said to have risen. Over each of these places, monumental churches were constructed, most famously the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem. Pilgrims from as far as Gaul and Ethiopia journeyed to walk in the footsteps of Scripture. Travelogues from the period describe the land in reverent tones: olive groves shimmering in the sun, the scent of myrrh and incense, monks chanting beside cisterns built by ancient kings. Towns prospered as inns, markets, and monasteries sprang up to serve the steady flow of travelers. By the 6th century, the city of Jerusalem, then called Aelia in official documents, had become one of the most cosmopolitan centers of the empire, home to Greeks, Syrians, Armenians, Arabs, Jews, and Persians. Yet beneath the surface, divisions lingered. Religious schisms fractured the Christian world. Orthodox, Monophysite, and Nestorian factions, each claiming to hold the true doctrine. The Jewish population, long restricted from rebuilding the temple, maintained vibrant communities in Tiberias and Saft, producing the early rabbinic commentaries that would form the Talmud. The Samaritans, descendants of ancient Israelites, worshipped on Mount Gerizim and occasionally rebelled against imperial control. Palestine, even in its golden age, was a land of competing faiths bound uneasily by shared geography. The Byzantine prosperity was interrupted in 614 CE, when the Persian Empire under Khosrow II invaded. Persian armies, aided by local rebels, captured Jerusalem, destroyed churches, and carried away the relic of the true cross. For 15 years, Persian rule disrupted the delicate religious balance of the region. When Emperor Heraclius retook the city in 629, the devastation was immense, yet his victory would be short-lived. New forces were gathering beyond the desert frontier. In 636 CE, at the Battle of Yarmouk, Arab Muslim armies defeated the Byzantines and entered Palestine. What followed was not the annihilation often imagined by later chroniclers, but an orderly transition. The conquerors, inspired by the new faith of Islam, recognized the sanctity of the land they entered. They called it Philastin, echoing the old name Palestina, and made it a province of the expanding caliphate. Arabic gradually replaced Greek and Aramaic as the language of administration, but the population remained mixed, Muslim, Christian, and Jewish alike. The first Muslim rulers granted the city of Jerusalem a special status. When Caliph Umar ibn al-Khattab visited the city, he refused to pray inside the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, fearing it might set a precedent for its conversion into a mosque. Instead, he prayed outside, a gesture that embodied a principle of coexistence. The Christians retained their churches. The Jews, who had been barred by Byzantines, were permitted to return. It was a moment of remarkable continuity, a change in governance that allowed daily life to proceed with minimal disruption. Under the Umayyad Caliphate based in Damascus, Jerusalem gained monumental new architecture. In 691 CE, the Dome of the Rock was completed, rising in radiant gold over the city's skyline. Built on the Temple Mount, known to Muslims as Haram al-Sharif, it symbolized both reverence for the Abrahamic tradition and the arrival of a new spiritual chapter. The inscription around its walls declared the unity of God and honored the prophets of earlier faiths. Soon after, the Al-Aqsa Mosque was erected nearby, solidifying Jerusalem's position as Islam's third holiest city. Under the Abbasids, who succeeded the Umayyads in 750 CE, Palestine remained a vital link in the empire's trade network. Goods from India, Arabia, and North Africa passed through its ports, Jaffa, Acre, and Gaza, on their way to the Mediterranean. Arabic literature flourished. Geographers such as Al-Muqaddasi, a native of Jerusalem, described the land's geography and customs in detail, noting its beauty and its mixture of peoples. He called it the heart of the earth, a place where the blessings of heaven touched the soil. Over the following centuries, power shifted among rival dynasties, the Fatimids of Egypt, the Seljuks of Anatolia, and eventually the Crusaders from Europe. Each conquest reshaped the surface, but never erased the deep continuity beneath. When the Crusaders captured Jerusalem in 1099, they massacred its Muslim and Jewish inhabitants, establishing the Latin Kingdom of Jerusalem. European chroniclers celebrated, Eastern historians mourned. Yet less than a century later, in 1187, the Muslim general Salah al-Din al-Ayyubi, Saladin, retook the city. His victory was marked not by vengeance but by clemency. He allowed Christian residents to depart freely and reopened the holy places to all pilgrims. It was a return, not merely of territory, but of tolerance. The following Ayyubid and Mamluk periods restored the land's role as a crossroads of scholarship and commerce. Caravanserais and madrasas dotted the roads between Damascus and Cairo. Gaza became a bustling hub for spice and textile trade. Jewish mystics fleeing persecution in Europe found refuge in Safed, where Kabbalah, a profound form of Jewish mysticism, took shape. Christian monks continued to maintain monasteries in the desert. Sufi orders established lodges of learning and meditation. Through the interplay of faiths, Palestine became a living library of human spirituality. By 1517, when Sultan Selim I of the Ottoman Empire conquered the region, Palestine had once again adapted to new masters. The Ottomans incorporated it into the province of Bilad al-Sham, Greater Syria, governed from Damascus and later from Istanbul. The transition was peaceful, taxes were collected, trade resumed, and pilgrims still arrived from every corner of the known world. Under Ottoman stewardship, the mosaic of communities, Muslim, Christian, Jewish, Druze, Armenian, continued to coexist, each maintaining its traditions within the shared landscape. Looking back across these 3 millennia of upheaval, one pattern stands out: continuity through change. The conqueror's banners changed, languages shifted, empires rose and fell, but the people and the land remained intertwined. The name of the land, Canaan, Judea, Palestina, Philistin, was like a melody with endless variations. Its identity did not depend on a single dynasty or faith. It endured because generations refused to sever their roots from the soil. By the dawn of the 16th century, as Ottoman rule began, the land stood on the threshold of modern history. It was at once ancient and renewed, shaped by every civilization that had touched it. The stones of Jerusalem carried the prayers of prophets. The fields of Galilee whispered the labor of countless farmers. The ports of Gaza and Acre still open to the world. The next centuries would bring colonial ambitions, revolutions, and new forms of resistance, but the foundation was already set. Palestine was a land that had outlived empires and absorbed them into its memory. In 586 BCE, the Babylonians under Nebuchadnezzar II captured Jerusalem, razed the temple, and deported thousands to Mesopotamia. The Babylonian exile became the defining wound of Jewish history, transforming a people's trauma into theology. Exile birthed literature, prayer, and a new concept of faith without land or temple. It was during captivity that the written scriptures began to take shape, ensuring that memory would outlast empire. But empires, too, are transient. In 539 BCE, Cyrus the Great of Persia conquered Babylon and issued an edict allowing exiles to return. Jerusalem was rebuilt, and the Second Temple rose upon the same sacred mount. Persian rule was relatively tolerant. Local leaders governed under imperial oversight, and trade once again flourished. The land, known as Yehud Medinata, remained a small but vital province within a vast cosmopolitan empire stretching from the Indus to the Nile. When Alexander the Great swept eastward in 332 BCE, he brought the Greek world to the Levant. His conquest introduced Hellenism, the fusion of Greek culture with local traditions. New cities such as Sebastia and Scythopolis displayed colonnaded streets and theatres. Greek became the language of administration, and local elites sent their sons to gymnasiums to study philosophy and rhetoric. Yet the encounter was not one-sided. The spiritual depth of the East intrigued Greek thinkers, producing cross-currents that would ripple through centuries. After Alexander's death, his generals divided his empire. Palestine fell first under the Ptolemies of Egypt, then under the Seleucids of Syria. Caught between these rival powers, the local population suffered taxation, cultural suppression, and rebellion. When the Seleucid ruler, Antiochus IV Epiphanes, attempted to impose Hellenistic worship on the temple, the Maccabean revolt erupted in 167 BCE. Led by the Hasmonean family, the revolt succeeded in reclaiming Jerusalem and re-establishing Jewish autonomy for nearly a century, the first local independence since Solomon's time. The Hasmonean era saw expansion and centralization, but internal divisions weakened the state. By 63 BCE, Roman General Pompey marched into Jerusalem, effectively ending Jewish sovereignty. Rome transformed the territory into a client kingdom under Herod the Great, then later into a formal province. Herod rebuilt the temple in grand style, constructing fortresses, aqueducts, and cities that rivaled any in the empire. Yet beneath the marble, unrest simmered. Roman rule brought both modernization and oppression. Taxation was heavy, and cultural friction constant. The crucifixion of Jesus of Nazareth under Roman authority around 30 CE and the spread of Christianity thereafter marked another profound transformation. The land became a spiritual center not for one people, but for billions. Pilgrims began to speak of the Holy Land, a name that would transcend political boundaries forever. When revolts erupted again in 66 CE and 132 CE, Rome responded with devastating force. Jerusalem was destroyed, the temple leveled once more, and tens of thousands were killed or enslaved. To erase the memory of rebellion, Emperor Hadrian renamed Jerusalem Aelia Capitolina and the province Syria Palestina, reviving the ancient Philistine name as an act of imperial erasure. Yet in doing so, he inadvertently ensured that the name Palestine would endure, carried forward by geographers, merchants, and theologians long after Rome's banners had fallen. Through conquest and exile, the people of the land adapted. Jewish communities rebuilt in Galilee. Christian congregations emerged in coastal towns. Samaritan villages persisted in the central hills. By the first centuries CE, Palestine had become a tapestry of languages and faiths, Hebrew, Aramaic, Greek, and Latin, woven together by geography and history. The land's identity was now larger than any single narrative. It was no longer only the story of kingdoms lost or restored, but of continuity itself. When the banners of the Ottoman Empire appeared on the hills of Palestine in 1517, the land once again became part of a vast imperial network stretching from the gates of Vienna to the sands of Arabia. To the people who lived there, farmers in Hebron, merchants in Gaza, monks in Jerusalem, the conquest was less an invasion than another turn in the region's long cycle of rulers. Empires came and went, but daily life continued. The Ottomans promised order, and for a time they delivered it. The new rulers, led by Sultan Selim I, incorporated Palestine into the province of Bilad al-Sham, Greater Syria, administered from Damascus. The Ottomans, heirs to both Islamic law and pragmatic governance, sought stability rather than upheaval. They inherited a land shaped by centuries of war and religious pilgrimage, and understood its importance not only as a spiritual crossroads, but also as a strategic gateway between Asia, Africa, and the Mediterranean. Under Ottoman rule, Palestine was divided into several sanjaks, districts: Jerusalem, Gaza, and Nablus. Each was governed by a local mutasarrif or pasha appointed by Istanbul, often from among prominent Arab families who pledged loyalty to the empire. Taxes were collected in kind, grain, olives, or livestock, and forwarded to the imperial treasury. In return, the Ottomans provided protection and access to trade networks that linked the interior of the Arab world with the great markets of Istanbul and Alexandria. The early Ottoman centuries were marked by relative calm. Pilgrimage to Jerusalem flourished anew. Muslim, Christian, and Jewish travelers found security on the roads for the first time in generations. The empire's meticulous bureaucracy recorded births, marriages, and harvest yields, preserving one of the most detailed demographic pictures of the period. In the registers of the Jerusalem court, one finds Arabic, Turkish, Greek, and Armenian names written side by side, a reminder that empire could also mean coexistence. The Ottomans repaired Jerusalem's city walls, commissioned by Sultan Suleiman the Magnificent in the 1530s. Their limestone battlements still define the old city's silhouette today. Inside those walls, the religious communities of Jerusalem enjoyed an autonomy formalized under Ottoman law. Each, Muslim, Christian, Jewish, and Armenian, maintained its own courts, schools, and charities. The status quo agreement, later codified in the 19th century, began as an Ottoman principle: protect every faith's right to its holy places, but preserve the fragile balance between them. Economically, the 16th and 17th centuries saw renewal. Palestinian farmers exported olive oil, soap, cotton, and grain to the wider empire. The hills of Nablus became famous for soap made from pure olive oil, stamped with the emblems of local families. In Gaza, merchants traded in spices, textiles and sugarcane from Egypt. Caravan routes connected Hebron and Jerusalem with Damascus and Cairo, while the coastal ports of Jaffa and Acre handled European ships bearing Venetian and Genoese traders. The land, long ravaged by crusades and invasions, once again pulsed with commerce. The social fabric of the Ottoman period was woven from local threads. The majority of Palestinians lived in villages, bound by kinship and custom. Extended families or hamulas governed local affairs, distributing water and land, mediating disputes, and defending honor. Religion served as a moral compass, but rarely as a weapon. Shrines to prophets and saints, Muslim, Christian, and Jewish, stood near each other, visited by believers of different faiths who sought blessings or healing. These shared spaces embodied a quiet pluralism that centuries of conquest had not extinguished. Education, too, reflected continuity. Islamic madrasas in Jerusalem and Hebron taught law, Arabic grammar, and Quranic interpretation, while Christian monasteries preserved Greek and Syriac manuscripts. Jewish communities, centered in Safed and later in Jerusalem, revived mystical and legal scholarship. In the 16th century, Rabbi Isaac Luria and his disciples developed the Kabbalah of Safed, a theology of exile and redemption that would influence Judaism worldwide. Thus, while Ottoman administrators maintained imperial order, Palestine's scholars and mystics renewed the spiritual vocabulary of the Abrahamic faiths. Despite this relative harmony, challenges simmered beneath the surface. Local governors often acted with autonomy, levying extra taxes or waging feuds for power. Bedouin tribes controlled much of the steppe, exacting tolls from caravans and sometimes raiding settled areas. The empire's vastness meant that imperial edicts took months to arrive, and enforcement depended on local alliances. Periodically, the balance broke down. Revolts in Gaza or Nablus were common, usually triggered by taxation or disputes between rival clans. Yet even these conflicts rarely aimed at secession. They were struggles within the imperial framework, not against it. By the 17th century, Palestine's cities had grown into distinctive urban centers. Jerusalem was primarily a religious city, sustained by pilgrims and endowments from across the Muslim world. Nablus served as the commercial heart of the interior, producing soap, textiles, and olive oil. Gaza, with its fertile hinterland, became the link to Egypt and the Mediterranean. The population was overwhelmingly Arabic-speaking and Muslim, though significant Christian and Jewish minorities remained integral to the social fabric. Arabic poetry and local folklore celebrated the land's fertility and sanctity, describing Palestine as both garden and sanctuary. The empire's golden age began to fade after Suleiman's death in 1566. Corruption, wars in Europe, and the slow decline of centralized authority weakened Ottoman control. Palestine, far from the imperial center, experienced both neglect and freedom. Local notables gained influence. Trade shifted toward coastal cities influenced by European powers. Yet the empire's institutions, its legal codes, its land registries, its religious pluralism, remained the scaffolding of daily life. When the world beyond began to change, those foundations would determine how Palestine entered modernity. By 1700, the rhythms of Ottoman Palestine were well established. Friday prayers echoed from Jerusalem's mosques. Church bells rang over Bethlehem. The call of the muezzin answered the toll of the monastery. Farmers harvested olives in Hebron's valleys, traders loaded soap and sesame onto ships in Jaffa, and pilgrims crossed the desert toward the Holy City. Empires beyond might rise and fall, but within the walls of Palestine, continuity still reigned. By the dawn of the 18th century, Ottoman Palestine had settled into a pattern both stable and fragile. The empire was vast but aging. Its strength stretched thin across continents. In Istanbul, sultans still claimed authority over lands from the Balkans to Arabia, yet in distant provinces like Palestine, power increasingly rested in the hands of local families. These families, part landlords, part warriors, part politicians, became the real custodians of the land and the people. Among them, the Tukan family of Nablus, the Abu Ghosh clan near Jerusalem, and the Ridwan family of Gaza wielded immense influence. They collected taxes, commanded militias, and mediated between imperial administrators and village sheikhs. The Ottoman system, pragmatic as ever, tolerated this autonomy so long as loyalty was maintained and revenues flowed northward to the treasury. In practice, Palestine became a mosaic of semi-independent districts united by religion and commerce rather than by central authority. The economy remained deeply agrarian. The majority of the population lived in villages, cultivating olives, wheat, lentils, and grapes. Land tenure followed a complex hierarchy of ownership. Most farmers worked land held in Miri-state tenure, paying rent or taxes to local notables. Yet there was a sense of continuity. Fields passed from father to son, and the village served as both social and spiritual anchor. Seasonal rhythms governed life. Planting in October, harvest in May, the olive press in November. Markets animated the towns, especially on Fridays when farmers gathered to sell produce and exchange news. Still, these centuries were not stagnant. The 18th century brought slow but profound transformations. Caravan trade waned as European maritime power expanded, shifting commerce from inland routes to coastal ports. Acre, under the ambitious leadership of Zahir al-Umar, became a symbol of this change. In the mid-17th century, Zahir consolidated control over Galilee, built fortifications, and fostered trade with French and Venetian merchants. He encouraged the cultivation of cotton, turning Acre into one of the most prosperous ports on the eastern Mediterranean. For decades, he ruled virtually as an independent prince, striking coins in his own name, yet still invoking the Ottoman Sultan for legitimacy. His model, local autonomy within imperial allegiance, defined Palestinian governance for generations. Zahir's rise also reflected broader shifts in the eastern Mediterranean. As European powers competed for influence, the Levant's ports became their gateways. French traders brought fabrics and weapons, British ships carried sugar and coffee. European consuls established small missions in Acre, Jaffa, and Jerusalem, nominally to protect pilgrims and merchants, but also to gather intelligence. Their presence marked the beginning of Western political interest in Palestine, a subtle foreshadowing of the colonial ambitions that would come a century later. The 18th century was also a time of religious vitality. Islamic scholars in Jerusalem and Hebron emphasized reform and ethical governance, while Sufi orders spread spiritual teachings across villages and towns. The Qadiriyya, Rifa'iyya, and Naqshbandiyya brotherhoods maintained lodges where mystics recited poetry and practiced communal charity. Christian communities, meanwhile, experienced revival under the protection of European powers. The Greek Orthodox, Armenians, Latins, and Franciscans rebuilt monasteries and expanded their presence in Jerusalem and Bethlehem. Jewish pilgrimage to Safed, Tiberias, and Jerusalem grew once again, fueled by messianic expectations and increased contact with diaspora communities in Europe and North Africa. It was during this era that Palestine's reputation as a spiritual crossroads deepened. Pilgrims of three faiths converged on its holy sites, often traveling side by side. Muslims visited Hebron to honor Abraham's tomb. Christians retraced the Stations of the Cross in Jerusalem. Jews prayed at the remnant of the temple wall. The Ottoman administration, pragmatic and pluralistic, issued permits and maintained peace among the communities. The coexistence was imperfect but functional, a delicate balance of tolerance maintained through mutual dependency. Despite the apparent stability, tensions simmered beneath the surface. Rising taxes, droughts, and periodic outbreaks of plague strained the rural economy. The empire's reliance on local strongmen allowed abuses of power. In Nablus and Hebron, rival clans fought for control of trade routes and tax farms. Peasants, caught between debt and conscription, sometimes abandoned their villages for the safety of mountain towns. Yet rebellion rarely took on a national or ideological form. Most conflicts were pragmatic, over land, water, or honor, rather than over loyalty to Istanbul. Change came from an unexpected direction: Egypt. In 1799, Napoleon Bonaparte invaded the Levant during his campaign to conquer the Middle East. His army reached the walls of Acre, where the Ottoman governor Ahmad Pasha al-Jazar, known as the Butcher, staged a fierce defense. With the help of British naval forces, al-Jazar repelled the French assault, preserving Ottoman control. The victory became legend, but it also revealed the vulnerability of the old order. Europe had arrived on the shores of Palestine with modern armies and new ambitions. In the decades that followed, Egypt again became the vector of change. In 1831, Muhammad Ali Pasha, the semi-independent ruler of Egypt, sent his son Ibrahim Pasha to conquer Syria and Palestine. The campaign succeeded quickly, and for nearly a decade Palestine was governed from Cairo. The Egyptians introduced sweeping reforms, new taxation systems, conscription, and attempts to centralize authority. They modernized administration but provoked local resentment. Peasants rebelled in 1834, particularly in Hebron and Nablus, where resistance was fierce. The revolt was crushed, yet it revealed the depth of Palestinian attachment to local autonomy and tradition. Egyptian rule ended in 1840 under European pressure, but the experience left lasting effects. The idea of reform, of tanzimat, or reorganization, spread across the empire. Ottoman administrators realized that modernization was necessary if they were to compete with Europe. Roads, schools, and postal routes were expanded. New legal codes were drafted. In Palestine, these changes reached the towns first. Jerusalem gained telegraph connections, and foreign consulates multiplied. For the first time, the Holy Land became a stage of global attention. European interest was not purely spiritual. Archaeologists and missionaries, explorers and diplomats arrived in growing numbers. The British Palestine Exploration Fund, founded later in the century, began mapping ancient sites. French priests established schools. Russian pilgrims founded hostels for Orthodox travelers. These institutions brought education and infrastructure, but also a new kind of foreign influence, cultural and political rather than military. Palestine, long the crossroads of empires, now became the object of competing visions and narratives. By the mid-19th century, the outlines of modernity had begun to appear. Towns expanded beyond their ancient walls. Stone houses with red-tiled roofs replaced mud dwellings. Olive presses were powered by iron machinery imported from Europe. Steamships shortened the journey between Jaffa and Alexandria. Yet beneath the surface, the rhythms of the past still pulsed. The call to prayer, the market's hum, the pilgrim's song. The Ottoman Empire was entering its twilight, but the society of Palestine was awakening, a world poised between tradition and the first tremors of transformation. By the middle of the 19th century, the Ottoman Empire faced an impossible paradox. To survive, it would have to change, and by changing, it would cease to be the empire it had been. From Istanbul to Damascus, the empire's reformers invoked the Tanzimat, a program of reorganization meant to modernize governance, equalize rights, and revive loyalty among diverse populations. In Palestine, the reforms arrived unevenly, half promise, half disruption, but they reshaped the land in ways that still echo today. The Tanzimat edicts of 1839 and 1856 sought to curb corruption, protect property, and extend equal legal status to Muslims, Christians, and Jews. For the first time, subjects were defined as Ottoman citizens rather than as members of distinct religious communities. In theory, this created a shared civic identity. In practice, it complicated the delicate balance of local authority that had governed Palestine for centuries. The empire's attempt to modernize taxation and conscription met both cooperation and resistance. Local notables feared losing power, while peasants resented new bureaucratic burdens. One of the most significant changes was the introduction of land registration. The 1858 Land Code required formal documentation of ownership, transforming traditional communal tenure into individual deeds. The goal was efficiency and accountability. The result was often dispossession. Wealthy urban families, and sometimes foreign investors, registered large tracts in their own names, bypassing illiterate farmers. Thus began the slow concentration of land in fewer hands, a process that would later shape the political conflicts of the 20th century. At the same time, modernization brought new opportunities. Ottoman governors encouraged road construction, telegraph lines, and schools. Jerusalem, long a provincial town, became a vibrant administrative center. By the 1860s, its population was around 20,000, nearly double that of a century earlier. The old city's quarters, Muslim, Christian, Jewish, and Armenian, bustled with artisans and pilgrims. Outside its walls, new neighborhoods appeared. Mishkanot Sha'ananim, built by Jewish philanthropist Moses Montefiore, was the first to rise beyond the ancient fortifications. Similar suburbs soon followed for Muslim and Christian residents, signaling the start of Jerusalem's modern expansion. The empire's reforms coincided with the arrival of European powers, each pursuing its own blend of piety and politics. The French expanded Catholic institutions. The Russians funded Orthodox hostels and churches. The British established Protestant missions and consulates. Pilgrimages from Europe multiplied, aided by the steamship revolution. In 1869, the opening of the Suez Canal made the Holy Land more accessible than ever. Tourism, trade, and diplomacy became interwoven. European cartographers, photographers, and archaeologists flooded the region, producing maps and images that would define Western perceptions of biblical Palestine. Photography, still a new invention, played a powerful role. Early photographers like Francis Frith, Felix Bonfils, and Peter Bergheim captured the landscapes of Jerusalem, Bethlehem, and the Galilee in haunting sepia tones. Their works circulated in Europe, shaping imaginations that saw Palestine not as a living society, but as a frozen tableau of scripture. For Western audiences, the people who appeared in these images, farmers, shepherds, veiled women, became timeless figures rather than modern citizens. The result was both fascination and distortion, a sacred geography divorced from its present reality. Beneath the romantic gaze of outsiders, Palestinian society was quietly evolving. Towns like Jaffa, Nablus, and Hebron became centers of commerce and education. Local presses began to publish Arabic newspapers, linking Palestine to the wider Nahda, the Arab cultural renaissance that swept the Middle East in the late 19th century. Writers and reformers debated progress, identity, and the role of Islam in a changing world. Arabic grammar schools opened in Jerusalem. Missionary institutions taught modern sciences. The first girls' schools appeared under both Ottoman and foreign sponsorship. Education, once the privilege of the elite, slowly reached the urban middle class. In Jaffa, a new economic class emerged: traders, port workers, and citrus farmers exporting the famous Jaffa oranges to Europe. The fertile coastal plain became a zone of prosperity, while the hill towns remained anchored in tradition. Rural life changed little, ploughing by ox, harvesting by hand, and celebrating the same festivals that had marked the seasons for millennia. Yet the pull of global markets was irresistible. Prices, debts, and demand were now set as much in London and Paris as in Nablus or Gaza. The late Ottoman period also saw the beginnings of Jewish immigration under new political and ideological motives. While Jewish presence in Palestine had never ceased, communities had persisted in Jerusalem, Safed, Hebron and Tiberias for centuries, the late 19th century brought a new movement. Driven by persecution in Eastern Europe and inspired by early Zionist ideas of national revival, small groups of settlers arrived beginning in the 1880s. They purchased land, often through intermediaries, and established agricultural colonies such as Petah Tikva and Rishon LeZion. At first, relations with neighboring Arab villages were cordial, governed by commerce and curiosity rather than hostility. Yet the newcomers' European organization and capital foreshadowed deeper transformations ahead. Within Palestinian society, responses varied. Local newspapers debated the meaning of modernity and civilization. Reform-minded intellectuals welcomed education and technology, but warned against foreign dominance. Poets and preachers invoked faith as a shield against cultural erosion. The Young Ottoman and later Young Turk movements stirred political consciousness, calling for constitutional government and equality among citizens. In this ferment, a distinct sense of Palestinian belonging began to crystallize. Not yet nationalism in the modern sense, but an attachment to land, community, and shared heritage. The 1908 Young Turk Revolution briefly revived hopes of reform. The reinstatement of the Ottoman constitution promised representation and civil rights. Palestinian delegates were elected to the Ottoman parliament, where they spoke in defense of local autonomy and against excessive land sales to foreign interests. Newspapers in Jaffa and Jerusalem flourished, discussing science, literature, and politics. The atmosphere was one of cautious optimism, an empire trying to reinvent itself without losing its soul. Meanwhile, technology transformed daily life. The Hejaz Railway, completed in the early 1900s, linked Damascus with Medina, passing through northern Palestine. It facilitated pilgrimage and trade, but also symbolized imperial reach into the heart of Arabia. Telegraph lines connected Jerusalem to Istanbul. Schools taught geography and arithmetic alongside Quranic recitation. For the first time, ordinary Palestinians could imagine themselves as part of a broader world, an Ottoman world, an Arab world, a modern world. But modernity brought new vulnerabilities. European consuls and Zionist agencies acquired land through legal loopholes. Christian missions influenced education. Economic dependency deepened. As the First World War approached, the empire's contradictions became unbearable. The promise of unity under Islam and Ottoman citizenship collided with nationalist aspirations, both Arab and Turkish. In Palestine, villages faced famine caused by drought and military requisitions. Soldiers were conscripted into distant wars. The Great War turned the Holy Land into a battlefield once again. In 1917, as Ottoman forces retreated before advancing British troops under General Edmund Allenby, the centuries-long chapter of Ottoman Palestine closed. In the same year, the Balfour Declaration, a statement by the British government supporting the establishment of a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine, introduced a new and fateful element to the story. The age of empires was ending, but the age of mandates, borders, and modern national struggles was beginning. The Ottoman centuries had lasted 400 years, an era of faith, continuity, and quiet endurance. Under its rule, Palestine had known peace and hardship, stagnation and renewal, tolerance and tension. It had absorbed modernity without surrendering its spirit. When the crescent banner of the Sultan finally came down over Jerusalem in December 1917, the people of the land had already learned what their ancestors had known for millennia, that empires pass, but the land and its memory remain. When British troops entered Jerusalem on a cold December morning in 1917, snow mingled with the dust of war. The Ottoman banners that had flown for 4 centuries were lowered from the citadel, and General Edmund Allenby, commander of the Egyptian Expeditionary Force, dismounted at the Jaffa Gate. He entered the holy city on foot as a pilgrim, he said, not as a conqueror. The gesture impressed observers, but symbolism could not disguise the reality. Imperial power had simply changed hands. To the people of Palestine, farmers, artisans, clergy and merchants, the transition felt uncertain. They had survived Ottoman taxes and Egyptian conscription. Now a new flag promised protection and progress. Many greeted the British with curiosity rather than hostility. The war had been brutal. Famine, locusts, and forced labor had emptied villages and scarred the landscape. British victory seemed to herald relief. Yet behind the language of liberation lay plans drawn in distant capitals, where the future of the region had already been decided. A year before Allenby's entry in 1916, Britain had secretly negotiated the Sykes-Picot Agreement with France, dividing the Arab provinces of the collapsing Ottoman Empire into spheres of influence. At the same time, London courted the Sharif Hussein of Mecca, promising Arab independence in return for revolt against the Turks. And then, in November 1917, came the Balfour Declaration, a brief letter from Foreign Secretary Arthur Balfour to Lord Rothschild, expressing British support for the establishment of a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. Within a few sentences, the seeds of future conflict were sown. 2 peoples, 2 promises, 1 small land. When the guns of the First World War fell silent in 1918, Palestine lay under British military occupation. The League of Nations soon formalized this reality through the Mandate for Palestine, ratified in 1922 but effectively in force from 1920. Britain became the custodian of a territory whose population was overwhelmingly Arab and Muslim, with Christian and Jewish minorities. The mandate's text enshrined the Balfour Commitment, while also affirming that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities. The contradiction was evident even to those who drafted it. In 1920, Palestine's population numbered roughly 700,000, about 90% Arab, Muslim and Christian, and 10% Jewish. The Jewish community, or Yishuv, was diverse. Sephardi families who had lived in Jerusalem and safed for centuries, and newer Ashkenazi immigrants from Eastern Europe who had arrived during the first 2 aliyahs, waves of immigration, since 1882. Most lived in small agricultural colonies or urban quarters, supported by European philanthropic societies. Arab Palestinians, meanwhile, farmed, traded and governed local life through village councils and extended families. They identified primarily with their towns, Jerusalem, Nablus, Gaza, and with the broader Arab awakening then sweeping the region. British administrators inherited this mosaic and sought to impose order through bureaucracy. The civil administration, headed by High Commissioner Herbert Samuel, a British Jew and former cabinet minister, introduced new legal systems, censuses and public works. Railways and telegraph lines were repaired, schools reopened, Hebrew, Arabic and English became official languages. Yet Samuel's appointment itself embodied the contradiction of the mandate, a government committed simultaneously to impartial rule and to facilitating a Zionist project that many of its subjects opposed. The end of the war unleashed migration. Between 1919 and 1921, thousands of Jewish immigrants arrived, many veterans of the Russian pogroms and European anti-Semitism. They brought socialist ideals, agricultural cooperatives, and the dream of building a self-sufficient homeland. Land purchases expanded through the Jewish National Fund, often buying estates from absentee landlords in Beirut or Istanbul. For dispossessed tenant farmers, however, the sales meant eviction. Tensions in the countryside grew quietly at first, then violently. In April 1920, during the Muslim festival of Nebi Musa in Jerusalem, clashes erupted between Arab demonstrators and Jewish neighborhoods. 6 Jews and 4 Arabs were killed and hundreds injured. The British, unprepared for civil unrest, imposed martial law. To Arab Palestinians, the riot signaled the birth of a national cause. resistance to colonization under foreign rule. To British officials, it revealed that their dual obligation could not remain balanced for long. From 1920 onward, Palestinian political consciousness accelerated. Newspapers such as Surya al-Janubiyya, Southern Syria, articulated demands for independence and denounced Zionist immigration. Leaders convened national congresses, forming committees to petition London and the League of Nations. They argued that the Balfour Declaration violated the principles of self-determination championed after the war. Their appeals were met with polite sympathy and practical neglect. Among the emerging figures was Haj Amin al-Husseini, appointed by the British as Mufti of Jerusalem in 1921. Educated, eloquent, and ambitious, he became the most influential Arab leader of the Mandate period. As head of the Supreme Muslim Council, he oversaw religious endowments and used them to fund schools and welfare projects, blending faith with politics. Under his guidance, Arab nationalism and Islamic identity intertwined, giving voice to a generation that felt betrayed by imperial promises. Between 1920 and 1929, British rule consolidated on the surface. New roads, irrigation projects, and police stations dotted the landscape. The port of Haifa expanded. The electric plant of Pinhas Rutenberg supplied power to cities. Tel Aviv, founded a decade earlier as a suburb of Jaffa, grew rapidly into a modern Jewish city of whitewashed houses and Hebrew street signs. Arab towns adapted too. Nablus and Hebron exported soap and leather. Jerusalem thrived on pilgrimage and tourism. But beneath the activity, parallel societies were forming, each with its own language, schools, and political institutions. The British attempted mediation through commissions of inquiry and cautious regulation of immigration, but neither side trusted them. To Zionist leaders, restrictions betrayed Britain's commitment to the national home. To Arabs, even limited immigration felt like invasion. The Herbert Samuel administration, caught between two irreconcilable visions, relied increasingly on police and paperwork. By 1921, it was clear that the Mandate had transformed the ancient land of pilgrimage into a laboratory of modern nationalism. In these early years of British rule, the contradictions of empire, faith, and aspiration were already visible. Britain governed in the language of progress, but in the logic of control. Jewish immigrants dreamed of renewal, Arab Palestinians feared erasure. The Holy Land, long a meeting ground of civilizations, had become an arena of competing promises. The crescent of Ottoman Islam had fallen, the cross of British dominion now cast its long shadow, and beneath both symbols a new and restless identity began to form, one that would soon demand its own flag. The 1920s opened with hope and apprehension tangled together. Palestine, a land long accustomed to empires, found itself under an entirely new kind of ruler. The British did not speak the language of conquest. They spoke of administration, order, and progress. Yet their governance turned the land into a field of experiment, where the ambitions of others were planted in its soil. They promised development to all and sovereignty to none. What they built in law and infrastructure they destroyed in trust. The Jewish community, invigorated by political legitimacy under the Mandate, grew steadily. Immigration quotas fluctuated but remained substantial enough to transform demographics and economics alike. Between 1920 and 1936, the Jewish population increased from roughly 80,000 to over 400,000. Zionist organizations purchased land through legal transactions, often from absentee landlords in Beirut or Damascus who saw opportunity in rising prices. But those who tilled the soil, the Arab tenants, were rarely compensated. Evictions followed, creating small waves of displaced peasants who drifted toward the cities or joined the ranks of growing discontent. For them, modernity had come as a stranger. In the towns, new identities were forming. The Yishuv established cooperative institutions, the Histadrut Labor Federation, the Haganah Defense Organization. The Jewish Agency. Hebrew schools, newspapers and theaters spread a culture of revival. The community was becoming a state in waiting, disciplined and self-sufficient. Among Arab Palestinians, political life was more fragmented. Rival notables, Husseinis, Nashashibis, Khalidis, vied for British favour while organising congresses to protest the mandate's direction. Their divisions weakened them, yet beneath the rivalry, a common sentiment was rising: fear that their homeland was slipping away piece by piece. Jerusalem remained the symbolic heart of the struggle. Its narrow streets carried echoes of prayers and politics alike. The British built government offices near the old city's walls, erecting a bureaucratic skyline beside minarets and church domes. Tourists arrived in record numbers. Postcards showed an image of harmony that existed only for outsiders. Within the city's courts and coffee houses, debates flared over self-rule, equality and betrayal. Arab journalists warned that the British were building a colony under the guise of a mandate. Zionist leaders argued that they were merely fulfilling history's promise. Tension flared into violence in 1929. What began as a dispute over access to the Western Wall, sacred to Jews and adjacent to Muslim holy sites, erupted into riots that engulfed Jerusalem, Hebron and Safed. Over 100 Jews and several dozen Arabs were killed. The British, alarmed by the scale of unrest, launched a commission of inquiry that acknowledged Arab grievances yet refused to alter policy. The pattern was set: inquiry, report, reassurance and return to the status quo. The people learned that protest was heard but never answered. The 1930s brought harsher winds. As Europe descended toward fascism, Jewish refugees fled persecution, particularly after Hitler's rise in 1933. Britain, still custodian of the mandate, faced the contradiction of its own making: a moral duty to offer sanctuary and a political obligation to maintain order among a population that feared dispossession. Immigration accelerated despite restrictions. The landscape changed visibly. New kibbutzim appeared in the north, citrus groves expanded along the coast, and Hebrew signs marked freshly built towns. For many Arabs, this progress looked like displacement written in another language. Rural Palestine, where most Arabs still lived, felt the pressure most acutely. Peasants who had lost land joined new urban classes of workers, porters and drivers. Economic inequality deepened as Jewish cooperatives, supported by international funds, prospered in ways Arab farmers could not. Resentment grew not only against the newcomers, but against the empire that facilitated their arrival. By the mid-1930s, a new generation had lost patience with petitions. They began to speak in the language of revolt. In 1936, a general strike began, one of the longest in colonial history. It started in the port of Jaffa, where dock workers refused to handle British and Jewish goods, and spread rapidly to the countryside. Shops closed, railways were sabotaged, and rural fighters took to the hills. The strike soon evolved into a full-scale uprising, the Arab Revolt. It was spontaneous at first, driven by local committees and charismatic leaders known as sheikhs. Later, it gained coordination under the Arab Higher Committee, led by the Mufti of Jerusalem. The demand was simple: an end to Jewish immigration and national independence. The British response was swift and severe. Reinforcements arrived from India and England. New fortifications and curfews blanketed the country. Collective punishment became standard policy. Villages suspected of harbouring rebels were bombed from the air or demolished. Men were detained without trial. Families were exiled. Yet the rebellion persisted, sustained by the moral conviction that the land belonged to its people. For 3 years, from 1936 to 1939, Palestine lived in a state of insurrection. The revolt was crushed militarily, but succeeded in revealing the depth of national consciousness that had taken root. By the time the British suppressed the uprising, over 5,000 Palestinians had been killed, thousands imprisoned, and much of the leadership exiled. The countryside lay impoverished, its social fabric torn apart. Zionist institutions, though also targeted, emerged stronger. They had used the crisis to expand their self-defense structures and to prove to Britain their reliability as partners in maintaining order. When the smoke cleared, the balance of power had shifted irreversibly. Britain held the mandate, but the Yishuv was building the future. In 1939, with another world war looming, Britain issued the white paper that sought to appease Arab opposition. It limited Jewish immigration to 75,000 over 5 years and restricted land sales to Jews in much of the country. To the Arab leadership, it was a long-delayed recognition of their rights. To Zionist leaders, it was a betrayal at the worst possible moment. Trapping Europe's Jews as Nazi persecution intensified. The policy deepened mistrust between all three parties, Arabs, Jews, and British administrators caught in the middle of their own empire's contradictions. The decade closed in uncertainty. Palestine, still officially an Ottoman inheritance, had become a crucible of 20th century ideologies, colonialism, nationalism, socialism, and religion, compressed into a territory no larger than a small European province. In the cities, the call to prayer echoed alongside the siren of factories. In the villages, rifles rusted under beds, souvenirs of revolt. The British built new roads and police stations but had lost moral authority. The Zionist community prepared for statehood. The Arab population, leaderless and wounded, prepared for survival. By the end of the 1930s, the mandate had failed to reconcile its founding promises. The dream of harmony between communities had given way to parallel realities, separated by fear and resentment. What had begun as a British mission to administer holy places had turned into a question of history itself. Who belonged to the land and who would write its future? The answer, as yet unwritten, waited beyond the horizon of another war. The Second World War began with thunder over Europe and silence in Palestine. The Empire's banners still fluttered above British forts, but a new kind of power was rising far away, one that would soon redraw the world's borders and moral foundations. Palestine, a small corner of empire, found itself again at the intersection of global tragedy and local survival. The British called for loyalty. Both Arab and Jewish communities answered, but for very different reasons. The Yishuv saw in the war both duty and opportunity. Zionist leaders urged support for Britain against Nazi Germany, even as they opposed the immigration limits of the 1939 White Paper. Thousands of Jewish volunteers joined the British Army, forming the Jewish Brigade, which would later fight in Italy and North Africa. They learned discipline, strategy, and logistics, the skills of a modern army. At the same time, underground organizations such as Haganah, Irgun, and Lehi continued clandestine training, preparing for a post-war world in which they might have to fight for their own state. For them, the war against fascism was inseparable from the quest for national liberation. Arab Palestinians, weary from the crushed revolt and stripped of leadership, faced the war with resignation. Some enlisted in British units out of necessity or loyalty to the anti-fascist cause, but many watched with suspicion. The British had promised reform but delivered repression. The war to most felt distant, yet its consequences would soon reach every doorstep. As Nazi persecution escalated into genocide, the Holocaust destroyed 6 million Jews across Europe. The catastrophe transformed the political meaning of Zionism from aspiration to urgency. The world's conscience turned toward the idea of a Jewish homeland, and Palestine became its focus. By 1945, when the war ended, the moral landscape had changed beyond recognition. Britain, victorious but exhausted, was no longer the confident imperial power it had been in 1917. Its economy was shattered, its colonies restless. In Palestine, both Arabs and Jews demanded that the mandate end, each for their own vision of what should follow. For the British soldiers and administrators still stationed in Jerusalem, Haifa, and Jaffa, It was an impossible task, to govern two peoples who no longer recognized their authority. Jewish survivors of Europe began to arrive illegally, smuggled aboard battered ships that defied the quotas of the white paper. They came not as colonists, but as refugees, carrying the ashes of a destroyed world. British patrol boats intercepted them off the coast, sending many to detention camps in Cyprus. These images of survivors turned away from the land of promise, shocked international opinion, and turned sympathy decisively toward the Zionist cause. In the refugee camps of Europe, the dream of return became not just political but existential. Palestine, long a symbol of faith, now stood as a symbol of redemption. On the ground, confrontation deepened. Zionist paramilitaries struck at British installations, railways and police posts, calling for an end to colonial rule. The most dramatic blow came in 1946 when the King David Hotel, headquarters of the British administration in Jerusalem, was bombed by the Irgun, killing 91 people. Britain responded with mass arrests, curfews and military patrols, but its control eroded with each act of resistance. The mandate had become an occupation in everything but name. The Jewish Agency, under David Ben-Gurion, prepared diplomatically and militarily for statehood. The underground forces coordinated in secret to form the nucleus of a national army. For Arab Palestinians, the post-war years were a time of frustration and fragmentation. The leadership that had guided the revolt in the 1930s was in exile or dead. New voices struggled to unite a society scarred by defeat and economic hardship. Landlessness increased as large estates changed hands or fell into debt. The middle class of merchants and professionals faced both political marginalization and economic competition. The Arab press warned that the world's sympathy, once theirs as victims of imperial duplicity, now belonged to the survivors of genocide. The language of justice had changed, and Palestine's claim was being eclipsed by another. In 1947, Britain admitted it could no longer govern the country. The question of Palestine was referred to the newly formed United Nations. After months of investigation, the UN proposed partition. 2 states, one Jewish and one Arab, with Jerusalem placed under international administration. The Zionist leadership accepted the plan reluctantly but strategically. It offered legitimacy and a foothold for sovereignty. The Arab Higher Committee and the surrounding Arab states rejected it outright, insisting that the land was indivisible and its majority population entitled to self-determination. On the 29th of November 1947, the UN voted to approve the partition. In the streets of Tel Aviv, Jews danced. In Jerusalem, Arabs wept and armed themselves. From that day, the mandate began to die. Violence erupted immediately: ambushes on roads, bombings in markets, reprisals in villages. The British, unwilling to arbitrate a war they could not win, prepared to withdraw. Their soldiers patrolled without conviction. Their officials packed crates of records and maps to ship back to London. What had been an imperial mission of order had become a flight from chaos. The old imperial banners came down one by one, replaced not by peace, but by gunfire. The final months of 1947 and the early weeks of 1948 were marked by civil war between Jewish and Arab forces. The countryside fragmented into zones of control, convoys were attacked, and entire communities displaced. In April 1948, Zionist militias launched Operation Nachshon to open the road to Jerusalem, laying siege to Arab villages along the route. At Deir Yassin, over 100 villagers were killed in an assault that sent waves of panic through the Arab population. Each atrocity was met with another. What had begun as political struggle now descended into collective fear. When the last British High Commissioner, Sir Alan Cunningham, sailed from Haifa in May 1948, the mandate formally ended. On the evening of the 14th of May 1948, in Tel Aviv, David Ben-Gurion proclaimed the establishment of the State of Israel. As he read the declaration, Arab armies massed across the borders of Lebanon, Syria, Transjordan, and Egypt. Within hours, the first Arab-Israeli war began. The British flag, which had flown over Jerusalem for 3 decades, was lowered in silence. No anthem played, no empire remained to sing it. For the Palestinians, 1948 became a wound and a watershed. More than 700,000 people fled or were expelled from their towns and villages during the fighting. The event they called the Nakba, the catastrophe, marked the beginning of life in exile and dispossession. Their houses stood empty, their fields untended, their keys carried into camps in Lebanon, Syria, Jordan, and Gaza. The dream of self-rule, nurtured since the Ottoman twilight, collapsed in dust and diaspora. Yet their memory endured, inscribed not in monuments but in stories, songs, and the stubborn endurance of identity. For the newly born state of Israel, the war was both miracle and trauma, victory against overwhelming odds, yet haunted by the knowledge of what it displaced. For Britain, it was the end of its longest and most troubled mandate, an imperial lesson written in contradiction and retreat. The Holy Land, once again, had changed rulers, but not its destiny. It remained the mirror of human ambition and suffering, sacred, divided, unforgettable. When the guns fell silent in early 1949, armistice lines replaced borders and refugees replaced citizens. The crescent and the cross had both faded from the flagpoles of Jerusalem, leaving behind a new emblem and an old ache. The age of empires was over. The age of nations had begun. But in the hills and valleys of Palestine, the story was far from finished. It had merely entered another chapter, one written in exile, resistance, and remembrance. The guns that fell silent in 1949 left behind a silence heavier than sound. Across the shattered villages and burned fields of Palestine, the smoke of the war drifted away, revealing not victory, but absence. More than 700,000 people had fled or been driven from their homes. They carried the keys to doors they would never again open, the deeds to land that no longer existed in their names. In tents along the frontiers of Lebanon, Syria, and Jordan, they waited for the return that history had already denied them. The event they named the Nakba, the catastrophe, became not a moment, but a condition of existence. The new state of Israel, born in the midst of battle, consolidated rapidly. Its leaders, hardened by war and guided by discipline, absorbed immigrants from Europe and the Arab world, doubling the population within a few years. Abandoned Arab villages were repopulated by newcomers. Fields once tended by Palestinian farmers now bore Hebrew names. Laws were passed to formalize the transformation. The Absentees Property Law of 1950 transferred the assets of refugees to the state, while new settlements expanded across the emptied landscape. In maps, textbooks, and memory, the geography of the land began to change, one erasure at a time. For those who remained within the new borders, life unfolded under military rule. Around 150,000 Palestinians, farmers, laborers, and townspeople who had not fled, found themselves citizens of a state that regarded them as both neighbors and potential enemies. Curfews, travel permits, and censorship defined their days. Yet even under constraint, they built new communities, reopened schools, and maintained the rhythm of traditions that the war had not destroyed. Arabic newspapers reappeared in limited form. Poets began to write of absence and endurance. Among them, a young voice named Mahmoud Darwish would soon turn exile into language and language into homeland. Beyond Israel's armistice lines, the map of the Arab world had been redrawn as well. The West Bank came under Jordanian control, annexed formally in 1950, while the Gaza Strip fell under Egyptian administration. Neither annexation nor occupation offered the refugees true belonging. Camps multiplied, rows of canvas shelters that became neighborhoods of tin and cinder block. The United Nations Relief and Works Agency, UNRWA, provided food and education, but not citizenship. The refugees lived between two temporalities, the past of lost villages and the future of return. Each child born in the camps was given a story before a name. In Amman and Cairo, the Arab states declared solidarity but offered little coordination. The defeat of 1948 had exposed the weakness of regimes that had promised liberation and delivered humiliation. New political movements began to rise from that disillusionment. In Egypt, a young officer named Gamal Abdel Nasser watched the Palestinian tragedy with anger and resolve, convinced that Arab unity and modernization were the only answers to imperial division. In Damascus and Baghdad, similar ideas took root. The word resistance began to circulate not only as a military term, but as an ethic, a way to reclaim dignity in a world that had branded the Arabs defeated. Meanwhile, along the armistice lines, small bands of displaced Palestinians began to cross back into their homeland under cover of night. They returned to harvest crops, retrieve possessions, or strike against military patrols. The Israelis called them infiltrators. The Palestinians called them fedayeen, those who sacrifice themselves. These early raids and counter-raids marked the beginning of a new phase: war without declaration, resistance without borders. Each incursion provoked retaliation, and each retaliation deepened the cycle of grievance that would define the coming decades. Jerusalem, divided by walls and barbed wire, became the most vivid symbol of the new reality. The western half, under Israeli control, rebuilt rapidly. The eastern half, governed by Jordan, remained a city of churches, markets, and memory. Between them ran a no-man's land of silence, where the stones of ruined houses lay untouched. Tourists came to gaze at the holy city split in two, not realizing that its division mirrored the fracture of an entire people. The call to prayer and the church bell still sounded across the valley, but neither could bridge the distance between them. In the refugee camps, time acquired a different texture. Each year brought more births, more tents replaced by concrete, more names added to the rolls of the displaced. Schools taught geography from memory, the rivers, orchards, and streets of towns their students had never seen. Songs and poems preserved the map better than any document. A generation grew up whose first words were the names of places that no longer existed: Al-Lid, Deir Yassin, Beisan, Acre, spoken like incantations against forgetting. The refugees were no longer waiting for return. They were building a culture of remembrance that refused erasure. For Israel, survival demanded vigilance. Surrounded by hostile states, it built a citizen army, fortified borders, and sought alliances with Western powers. The new state projected itself as both refuge and miracle, a democratic outpost in a region of monarchies and military regimes. Yet its birth had come at a cost that it could not easily acknowledge. Within its borders lived the reminders of what had been displaced. The tension between democracy and dispossession, between memory and statehood, would shape Israeli politics as profoundly as exile shaped the Palestinians. By the early 1950s, the contradictions of the new order were clear. The refugees in Gaza lived under Egyptian oversight, but without rights. Those in the West Bank were nominally Jordanian citizens, but excluded from full political participation. Across the Arab world, conferences declared the sanctity of Palestine even as internal divisions paralyzed action. For ordinary Palestinians, rhetoric offered little. They measured solidarity in sacks of flour and schoolbooks rather than speeches. Still, the idea of Palestine did not die. It adapted, transformed into a shared aspiration carried by millions who had lost everything except the name itself. In 1952, a revolution in Egypt overthrew the monarchy and brought Nasser and the free officers to power. Their rise marked a new era in Arab politics and reignited hope among Palestinians that liberation might once again be possible. Radio Cairo began broadcasting messages of unity and defiance, declaring the struggle against colonialism a sacred duty. Across the camps, men gathered around static-filled radios to listen, believing they were hearing the prelude to redemption. The age of empires had ended, but the age of resistance had just begun. The summer of 1952 began with a radio broadcast from Cairo that echoed across the Arab world. Egypt's free officers had seized power, ending the corrupt monarchy of King Farouk. To most Palestinians still scattered in refugee camps or under foreign rule, the news arrived like a long-awaited dawn. The young officers spoke of Arab dignity, unity, and liberation. Their leader, Gamal Abdel Nasser, soon became a symbol larger than a man. He was the voice of those who had lost their land and refused to lose their future. Under Nasser, Egypt's transformation became the axis of a wider Arab awakening. Land reform, literacy campaigns, and nationalist rhetoric electrified the region. For the first time since the fall of the Ottomans, the idea of a single Arab destiny seemed possible. Palestine was at the heart of that dream, invoked in every speech, woven into every anthem. Cairo's newspapers printed maps of a reunited Arab world. Cairo's radio declared the end of humiliation. The refugees listened from the camps of Gaza, Lebanon, and Syria, believing the tide of history might finally be turning their way. In Gaza, administered by Egypt since 1948, life was harsh but politically alive. The Strip's population had more than tripled as refugees crowded into its narrow limits. UNRWA schools taught literacy and vocational skills, producing a generation educated in exile but denied the right to return. Egyptian officers supervised security, but Nasser allowed a measure of political expression, seeing in the refugees a reservoir of revolutionary energy. Young men began to organize clandestinely, forming the first cells that would later evolve into resistance movements. Their weapon was not yet the rifle, but the idea that the catastrophe could be reversed through will and unity. Across the border, the West Bank lived under Jordanian rule. King Abdullah, who had annexed the territory in 1950, faced resentment both from Palestinians who viewed him as a usurper and from Arab leaders who accused him of betrayal. His assassination in 1951 on the steps of Jerusalem's Al-Aqsa Mosque was both a warning and a prophecy. His successor, King Hussein, inherited a kingdom of contradictions, half Jordanian, half Palestinian, held together by fragile loyalty and foreign aid. He sought stability through moderation, but the younger generation wanted more than speeches. They wanted the return of the homeland, not its administration by another flag. By the mid-1950s, border skirmishes had become routine. Palestinian fedayeen, operating from Egyptian-controlled Gaza and sometimes from the Jordanian frontier, launched raids into Israeli territory, attacking military posts or settlements before slipping back across the lines. Their actions were often desperate and symbolic, but their impact was profound. For Israel, each infiltration was proof of existential threat. Retaliation was swift and disproportionate. Villages were shelled, homes demolished. The frontier became a zone of perpetual tension where revenge replaced diplomacy. In 1955, Israel struck back in a major assault on Gaza, killing dozens of Egyptian soldiers and hundreds of civilians. The raid humiliated Egypt's army and inflamed public opinion across the Arab world. Nasser, determined to rebuild, turned to new allies. When the United States refused to sell him arms, he looked to the Soviet Union. Through a deal brokered by Czechoslovakia, Egypt acquired modern weapons, tanks, planes, artillery, transforming the balance of power in the Middle East. To Washington and London, Nasser now appeared not as a reformer, but as a threat, a nationalist who could ignite the entire Arab world against Western influence. The confrontation reached its peak in 1956. In July, Nasser nationalized the Suez Canal, asserting Egyptian sovereignty over the waterway that had long been a symbol of foreign control. Britain and France, furious at the loss of their colonial asset, conspired with Israel to overthrow him. In late October, Israeli forces invaded the Sinai Peninsula, advancing rapidly toward the canal, while British and French planes bombed Egyptian positions under the guise of peace enforcement. The world watched as imperial powers sought to reassert their will in an age that no longer accepted it. But history had turned. The United States, fearing Soviet intervention and global outrage, forced Britain, France, and Israel to withdraw. Nasser emerged battered but triumphant. He had lost the battle, but won the narrative. The Suez Crisis destroyed Britain's remaining prestige in the region and crowned Nasser as the undisputed leader of Arab nationalism. In the refugee camps, his portrait appeared beside those of the prophet and family martyrs. Children memorized his speeches. His name was chanted in demonstrations from Baghdad to Casablanca. The message was clear: the age of submission was over. Yet victory carried new illusions. The Arab regimes celebrated unity but remained divided by rival ambitions. Jordan feared Egypt's influence. Syria vacillated between cooperation and coup. In 1958, Egypt and Syria briefly merged to form the United Arab Republic, a bold but fragile experiment in pan-Arab unity. Palestinians, dispersed and stateless, saw in the union a potential homeland of solidarity. Committees in Gaza and Damascus organized rallies, demanding that the liberation of Palestine be placed at the forefront of Arab policy. But unity from above proved easier to declare than to sustain. Within 3 years, the union collapsed, leaving behind the residue of disappointment and the conviction that liberation must come from the Palestinians themselves. During this period, Israel consolidated internally. The influx of Jewish immigrants from Europe, North Africa, and the Middle East transformed its demography and culture. A vigorous economy, supported by Western aid and reparations from Germany, fueled rapid growth. But security dominated every aspect of life. Military service was universal. Borders bristled with fortifications. The state's narrative of survival justified expansion, while its identity as a refuge from persecution hardened into a fortress mentality. The shadow of the Holocaust remained ever present, shaping a national psychology of vigilance that saw every Fedayeen raid not as isolated violence but as a continuation of ancient threat. For the Palestinians, the 1950s ended as they had begun, in waiting. Their homeland remained divided, their representation absent, their future deferred by larger forces. But something had changed beneath the surface. The generation raised in exile had come of age. They were teachers, students, and laborers who spoke the language of revolution learned from Cairo and Damascus. They no longer believed that kings or presidents would redeem their loss. In universities and refugee camps, secret circles formed around new leaders, engineers, poets, ex-soldiers, who began to speak of self-reliance, of armed struggle directed by Palestinians themselves. They were not yet famous, but among them were men who would soon reshape history: Yasser Arafat, Khalil al-Wazir, and Salah Khalaf. Their movement, still unformed, would take a name already sacred: Fatah, and a mission older than any government, to reclaim Palestine through the hands of its own sons and daughters. By 1960, the region stood on the threshold of transformation. Nasser's star still shone, yet his dream of unity strained under economic burdens and political rivalry. The Cold War had turned the Middle East into a chessboard where superpowers played for influence. Israel remained strong but isolated, a Western ally surrounded by resentful neighbors. The Palestinians, invisible on maps, began to emerge in the imagination of the Arab street as a people without a state, but not without a cause. From the tents of Gaza to the classrooms of Cairo, From the alleys of Nablus to the refugee camps of Beirut, a new generation repeated the words that had become their inheritance. The land is ours, and history is not over. The decade opened with the illusion of calm. Across the Middle East, flags waved, speeches soared, and the language of unity filled the air. Yet beneath the surface, discontent and expectation were gathering strength. The borders carved by empire had not erased memory, and the Palestinian wound still burned at the center of the Arab world. Every government invoked it. Every schoolchild memorized its name. Yet the refugees still lived in tents, and the homeland remained a map drawn in the imagination. In the camps of Gaza and Lebanon, the first organized Palestinian groups began to take form, their founders veterans of exile and students of revolution. Among them, Yasser Arafat, an engineer educated in Cairo, spoke of reclaiming Palestine not through speeches but through action. His small circle of comrades, men like Khalil al-Wazir and Salah Khalaf, moved quietly between Kuwait, Damascus, and Gaza, building networks of sympathy and funding. In 1959, they adopted a name, Fatah, reversing the Arabic initials of Palestine Liberation Movement. Their strategy was simple and radical. Palestinians themselves would take up arms, independent of Arab governments, to fight for their return. Liberation would no longer be a diplomatic slogan. It would be a deed. The idea spread like fire in dry grass. The refugee camps were full of young men with no future, raised on stories of lost orchards and ancestral houses. They saw in Fatah a mirror of their own restlessness. Small raids began, symbolic more than strategic, crossing into Israeli territory to plant mines or exchange fire with patrols. Israel dismissed them as minor threats, yet their psychological effect was immense. For the first time since 1948, Palestinians were acting in their own name. The dream of return had taken form as resistance. Arab regimes watched uneasily. Nasser's Egypt supported the cause, but feared an independent movement that could escape his control. Syria, unstable under successive coups, sought to harness Palestinian militancy for its own regional ambitions. Jordan, where nearly half the population was Palestinian, viewed armed groups as a danger to its fragile monarchy. Yet none could oppose the tide of public sympathy. The Palestinian Fedayeen became heroes in the streets and martyrs in the songs of the Arab world. Their portraits appeared beside Nasser's on the walls of Cairo and Damascus. A generation that had known only exile now had a flag to salute, even if it was still unofficial. In 1964, under Egyptian auspices, Arab leaders gathered in Jerusalem to create an umbrella organization that could unify the fragmented efforts. The result was the Palestine Liberation Organization, the PLO. Its founding charter declared that Palestine was an indivisible homeland and that armed struggle was the path to liberation. Yet, in its early years, the PLO remained more symbol than substance, dominated by the Arab regimes that had created it. Its first chairman, Ahmad Shukayri, was a diplomat more than a revolutionary. He spoke eloquently of liberation, but commanded no forces of his own. Real power still lay in the independent cells of Fatah and other underground groups that refused to submit to any government. The mid-1960s were years of mounting tension and competing dreams. Nasser's prestige remained immense, but his economic reforms strained under the weight of bureaucracy and population growth. Israel, prosperous and confident, believed its borders secure behind the fortifications of technology and intelligence. The Cold War deepened divisions, with the Soviet Union backing the Arab states and the United States standing firmly behind Israel. The land between them became the fault line of global rivalry. Every incident, an air clash over the Galilee, a raid across the Jordan, seemed to reverberate from Washington to Moscow. In 1965, Fatah launched its first officially claimed operation, sabotaging a water pumping station in northern Israel. The attack caused little damage, but announced a new era. From that moment, the line between rhetoric and action vanished. Israel responded with raids deep into the West Bank and Syria. Arab states denounced Zionist aggression while preparing for a war they neither wanted nor could win. The borderlands turned into theaters of attrition, each side testing the other's resolve. In the refugee camps, every funeral became a rally, every raid a reminder that the past had not been buried. By 1966, the region was a tinderbox. Syria's radical government accused Egypt and Jordan of cowardice. Israel's generals spoke openly of preemptive war. The skies above the Jordan Valley buzzed with reconnaissance flights. Propaganda filled the airwaves, songs of unity, threats of annihilation, promises of deliverance. Yet beneath the bravado lay confusion. None of the Arab leaders wanted war, but none could appear weak before their own people. Each maneuvered for advantage, unaware that history was already sliding toward catastrophe. In May 1967, tensions erupted into crisis. Following border skirmishes and Soviet warnings of Israeli mobilization, Nasser ordered the UN peacekeeping forces to withdraw from the Sinai and closed the Straits of Tiran to Israeli shipping. Across the Arab world, crowds poured into the streets celebrating what they believed was the beginning of final victory. Radios blared with martial anthems, volunteers enlisted by the thousands. Israel, feeling encircled and threatened with extinction, prepared to strike first. Diplomacy collapsed into the silence before war. At dawn on June 5, 1967, Israeli jets swept across the Sinai in a surprise attack, destroying the Egyptian Air Force on the ground within hours. The six-day war had begun. By the time it ended less than a week later, Israel had captured the Sinai Peninsula, the Gaza Strip, the West Bank, East Jerusalem, and the Golan Heights. The victory was stunning, absolute, and devastating. For Israel, it was a moment of triumph and destiny. For the Arab world, it was an earthquake that shattered illusion. The armies that had vowed to liberate Palestine had instead lost what remained of it. In the streets of Cairo and Damascus, disbelief turned to mourning. Nasser, humiliated, offered his resignation. Crowds begged him to stay, chanting his name through tears. In the refugee camps, the news spread like a second Nakba. Families who had fled in 1948 watched as their children became refugees once more. The dream of return receded again, but it did not vanish. Defeat became a crucible in which new resolve was forged. If the states had failed, then the people themselves must act. Out of the ashes of the 1967 war, Palestinian identity hardened into defiance. The territories captured by Israel, Jerusalem, the West Bank, Gaza, became both prison and homeland. Under occupation, daily life was defined by checkpoints, military orders, and dispossession. Yet the occupation also brought the Palestinians of 1948 and 1967 into contact again, knitting together fragments of a divided nation. The word resistance acquired not only military but moral meaning, the assertion of existence against erasure. For Israel, the victory transformed its psyche. The nation that had once seen itself as fragile now believed in its invincibility. Its borders expanded beyond recognition. Its army became a legend. Yet triumph carried a shadow. The captured territories brought with them another people, over 1 million Palestinians whose future status the state could not define. The occupation that began as a military necessity soon revealed itself as a moral and political burden, a question that would haunt every government thereafter. By the end of 1967, the Middle East had been remade. The map drawn by the war bore new lines, but the old wounds ran deeper than ever. In the alleys of Jerusalem, now under Israeli control, old men prayed where walls had once divided them. In the camps of Gaza and Ammon, young men whispered plans for revenge. The world watched, divided between admiration and alarm. The conflict had ceased to be local. It had become a mirror of the century itself, a struggle of memory and power, exile and return, faith and nation. What began as a war of 6 days had become the beginning of a new era that would last generations. From the ruins of Arab defeat rose the conviction that liberation could no longer be delegated to kings or armies. It would have to come from the people themselves, from those who had carried their keys through the dust of exile and still believed the doors would open again. The Palestinian Revolution, no longer a dream, had found its time. In the aftermath of the 1967 defeat, the Arab world lay in stunned silence, its armies broken and its leaders discredited. The promise of liberation from above had failed. The age of generals and speeches had reached its limit. Yet amid the ruins, something began to stir. Not in capitals, but in the crowded refugee camps where the dispossessed had waited for 2 decades. Out of that waiting came a new conviction. If Palestine was to be regained, it would be by the hands of Palestinians themselves. In early 1968, small units of Fatah fighters crossed the Jordan River to strike at Israeli positions in the occupied West Bank. Their weapons were old, their numbers small, but their audacity electrified the Arab world. They called themselves Fedayeen, those who sacrificed themselves, and each skirmish was described as the rebirth of resistance. In March of that year, near the Jordanian village of Karamah, Israeli forces launched a massive assault to destroy the Fedayeen base. The battle was fierce and brief, and though militarily costly for the Palestinians, it was proclaimed as a victory of spirit. Photographs of young fighters standing amid destroyed tanks spread across newspapers from Cairo to Casablanca. The people who had been portrayed as victims now stood as symbols of defiance. The Battle of Karamah transformed the political landscape. For the first time, the Palestinian cause belonged not to Arab states but to a movement born from the camps. Within months, recruitment soared. Training camps multiplied along the Jordan Valley and in Lebanon. Refugees who had lived for years under canvas now saw themselves as soldiers in a national army. The Fedayeen became both warriors and icons, romanticized in posters and songs, celebrated in poetry that merged love of land with sacrifice. Their faces appeared on murals, their names on the lips of children who had never seen their homeland. The revolution had found its voice. In 1969, Yasser Arafat emerged as the undisputed leader of this new force. Fatah's charisma and organizational discipline propelled it to dominance within the Palestine Liberation Organization, which restructured itself under his leadership. Arafat, known to his followers as Abu Ammar, wore his trademark keffiyeh draped like a map of Palestine and spoke in the language of both soldier and statesman. Under him, the PLO became not merely a guerrilla movement, but a government in exile, with departments of education, health, and diplomacy. It was a nation without territory, but rich in purpose. Its flag, red, green, black, and white, flew from every camp, embassy, and demonstration across the Arab world. For Israel, the rise of the Fedayeen was an existential challenge. Raids along the borders intensified, and the Israeli army responded with massive reprisals against bases in Jordan and Lebanon. Each attack created more refugees and more recruits. The spiral of violence reinforced the narrative of resistance on both sides, one fighting for security, the other for return. The Jordan River became both a front line and a metaphor, the line between occupation and exile, between loss and defiance. As the PLO's power grew, its relationship with Arab host countries turned increasingly uneasy. Jordan, where most of the fighters were based, faced a delicate balance. King Hussein initially tolerated their presence, seeing the Fedayeen as useful symbols of Arab resistance. But by 1970, their autonomy had become a state within a state. Armed checkpoints, propaganda broadcasts, and clashes with Jordanian security forces eroded royal authority. The revolution that had begun as a campaign against Israel was now destabilizing its Arab hosts. In September 1970, confrontation erupted into full-scale civil war. The Jordanian army moved to expel the Fedayeen from its territory in a brutal campaign that became known as Black September. Thousands were killed. Palestinian camps in Amman and northern Jordan were shelled. The PLO leadership fled to Lebanon, wounded but unbroken. The episode left deep scars. Brother fighting brother, Arab blood spilled by Arab hands. For many Palestinians, it was a second exile, a bitter lesson that their struggle would find no safe harbor among states preoccupied with their own survival. Lebanon, fractured by its own sectarian tensions, became the new base of operations. In the refugee camps of Sabra, Shatila, Burj al-Barajneh, and Ain al-Hilweh, the PLO rebuilt its infrastructure. Beirut, cosmopolitan and divided, offered both refuge and temptation. The city's western neighborhoods buzzed with revolutionary energy. Press offices, training centers, and cultural collectives flourished side by side. Palestinian artists, writers, and filmmakers turned the struggle into a culture of resistance, transforming grief into creativity. Their work carried the same message as the fighters' rifles. We exist, and we will return. The early 1970s were marked by both triumph and tragedy. The Fedayeen conducted daring operations, including airplane hijackings and raids that brought the Palestinian issue to the world's attention. Yet such tactics, while spectacular, also provoked condemnation and retaliation. Israel struck back relentlessly, assassinating leaders and bombing refugee camps. The conflict spilled beyond borders, into Europe, Asia, and Africa, as Palestinian militants sought to globalize their cause, while Israeli intelligence pursued them across continents. The struggle had become transnational, its battlefield as vast as its diaspora. In 1972, the tragedy at the Munich Olympics, where members of the Israeli team were killed by a faction claiming Palestinian vengeance, cast a long shadow. The world saw the Palestinian cause not as a cry for justice, but as a source of terror. The PLO, though not directly responsible, bore the consequences. Its leaders condemned the act, but struggled to control the splinter groups born from the same despair that had fueled their revolution. Arafat began to realize that the path to recognition would require both the gun and the olive branch. As 1973 approached, the Middle East braced for another reckoning. Arab regimes, humiliated in 1967, sought redemption. Egypt, under Anwar Sadat, prepared for war to reclaim the Sinai. Syria vowed to retake the Golan. The Palestinians, scattered and divided, were again spectators to decisions made in distant capitals. Yet when the October War erupted that year, they felt its resonance deeply. Egyptian and Syrian forces achieved early successes, and for a moment it seemed that Arab pride might be restored. Though the war ended without full victory, it transformed the political map. The myth of Israeli invincibility was broken, and the door to diplomacy, long closed, began to open. For the Palestinians, the war was both vindication and warning. It proved that struggle could shift history, but also that their fate was still entangled with the strategies of others. Arafat understood that the movement needed legitimacy as much as arms. The next stage of the revolution would move from the camps to the world stage, where recognition itself could become a weapon. The Fedayeen had lit the fire. Now they would have to navigate its blaze. When the guns of the October War fell silent in 1973, a new chapter opened in the long story of Palestine. The war had restored Arab dignity, but it had not restored the land. For the Palestinians, the lesson was clear. Even victories fought in their name would not deliver them home. Yet it also revealed a possibility that many had dismissed. The world could be made to listen. The time had come for the Palestinian revolution to speak not only through its fighters, but through its voice. Yasser Arafat, now the unchallenged leader of the PLO, understood the shift instinctively. War had given the movement visibility. diplomacy could give it permanence. He began to travel tirelessly, meeting heads of state, addressing conferences, and persuading the skeptical that the Palestinian struggle was not mere rebellion, but a legitimate demand for nationhood. His speeches mixed rhetoric and realism, invoking both justice and coexistence. The keffiyeh he wore became an international symbol, part uniform, part banner, an emblem of a people who refused disappearance. In 1974, Arafat stood before the United Nations General Assembly in New York, a figure both humble and defiant. "I have come bearing an olive branch and a freedom fighter's gun," he said. "Do not let the olive branch fall from my hand." The words electrified the hall. For the first time, the world recognized the PLO as the legitimate representative of the Palestinian people. Applause rose from the delegations of newly independent nations, while the great powers watched uneasily. The speech marked a turning point. The Palestinian cause had moved from the margins of history to its center. But diplomacy could not erase reality. In Lebanon, where the PLO had rebuilt after its expulsion from Jordan, the camps were turning into cities within cities, armed, politicized, and defiant. Beirut, long known as the Paris of the Middle East, had become both sanctuary and battlefield. The Lebanese state, fragile and divided among sectarian lines, could no longer contain the tension. Palestinian militias operated with increasing autonomy, drawing the ire of Christian factions who saw them as a threat to sovereignty. In 1975, Lebanon collapsed into civil war, a labyrinth of alliances and betrayals that would consume the country for 15 years. The Palestinians found themselves at once participants and victims. The PLO's presence in Lebanon brought both influence and isolation. In West Beirut, it established ministries, schools, and hospitals, functioning as a state in exile. Cultural centers flourished. Poets and filmmakers chronicled the revolution in art and film. But the same autonomy that had once made the PLO strong now turned it into a target. Israel, viewing the Lebanese border as a base for attacks, began a campaign of air raids and assassinations. Palestinian leaders died in car bombs and missile strikes, their funerals transforming into rallies of mourning and defiance. The line between politics and martyrdom blurred. Arafat moved through this landscape of chaos with a strange charisma, half general, half diplomat. He spoke to guerrillas in the camps by day and diplomats in European capitals by night. His goal was recognition, to transform the image of the Fedayeen from outlaws into representatives of a nation in waiting. Gradually, it began to work. The PLO gained observer status at the UN, opened offices across Africa, Asia, and Europe, and joined the non-aligned movement. The flag of Palestine, once banned and hidden, now flew over embassies. Yet every step toward legitimacy provoked a response from Israel, which regarded the organization as irredeemably terrorist. In 1977, political shifts shook the region again. Anwar Sadat, Egypt's president, traveled to Jerusalem to address the Israeli Knesset, a gesture that astonished the world. 2 years later, the Camp David Accords formalized peace between Egypt and Israel. For the first time, an Arab state recognized the Jewish state in exchange for the return of the Sinai. To Western diplomats, it was a triumph of pragmatism. To many Arabs, it was betrayal. The Palestinian cause, once the centerpiece of Arab unity, had been sidelined in favor of national interest. Cairo was expelled from the Arab League, and Arafat's speeches turned from hope to warning. Peace without justice, he said, was only another form of occupation. The late 1970s were a paradoxical period. International recognition rose even as regional isolation deepened. In Europe, parliaments debated Palestinian self-determination. In Arab capitals, rival regimes sought to control the revolution. Within the PLO itself, factions multiplied. Fatah remained dominant, but Marxist groups like the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, PFLP, and the Democratic Front DFLP, pushed for more radical approaches. Ideological differences mirrored strategic ones. Should the PLO seek coexistence through diplomacy or continue the armed struggle until total liberation? Arafat's genius was to balance between them, maintaining unity through ambiguity. Every communiqué spoke of peace and resistance in the same breath. On Israel's northern frontier, confrontation intensified. Palestinian raids into Galilee provoked retaliatory bombings. Villages in southern Lebanon became ghost towns. In 1978, Israel launched Operation Litani, invading deep into Lebanese territory to drive out the PLO. The United Nations responded with its first major peacekeeping mission in the region, but the withdrawal changed little. The border remained a war zone, its soil littered with shell casings and slogans. Civilians on both sides paid the price. Within the camps, daily life continued under the rhythm of endurance. Children studied beneath posters of martyrs. Women organized cooperatives and schools. Songs of exile filled the evenings. The revolution had matured into a society of its own, but its fragility was constant. Every bombing, every factional clash reminded the refugees that their state still existed only in memory and imagination. To live in exile was to live suspended between faith and fatigue. By 1981, the conflict had reached a boiling point. Israel, under Prime Minister Menachem Begin, regarded the PLO presence in Lebanon as intolerable. The border raids and shelling were matched by covert assassinations of Palestinian and Lebanese leaders. In retaliation, the PLO struck northern Israeli towns with Katyusha rockets. Beirut once again braced for war. When an assassination attempt on Israel's ambassador in London was blamed on Palestinian militants, the pretext for invasion was ready. In June 1982, Israeli forces launched Operation Peace for Galilee, a full-scale invasion of Lebanon. Columns of tanks rolled north across the border, while jets bombed Beirut from the air. The official goal was to push the PLO 40 kilometers from the frontier. In reality, it was an attempt to destroy it altogether. For 10 weeks, Beirut was besieged. The PLO and Lebanese militias fought street by street as the city's civilians endured relentless bombardment. Hospitals overflowed, electricity failed, the sea filled with the smoke of burning ships. The world watched as the capital became a battlefield. Under mounting international pressure, a ceasefire was brokered. Arafat and thousands of PLO fighters evacuated by sea to Tunisia, escorted by international peacekeepers. As their ships departed, crowds lined the docks waving flags and tears. It was exile once again, another chapter in the long migration of a people without a home. The PLO's departure marked both the end of an era and the beginning of another. In the weeks that followed, Christian militias, allied with the Israeli army, entered the camps of Sabra and Shatila, massacring hundreds of civilians while the world recoiled in horror. The images from Beirut, burning buildings, mourning mothers, children carried through rubble, etched themselves into global memory as symbols of betrayal and endurance. By the close of 1982, the Palestinian Revolution had survived but scattered once more. Its fighters were now dispersed across Arab capitals, its leadership distant from the camps it claimed to represent. Yet the cause refused to die. From the ashes of Beirut, a new generation would rise, less reliant on foreign armies, more rooted in the soil of occupied Palestine itself. The struggle was returning home. The smoke that hung over Beirut in the summer of 1982 carried with it the last breath of an era. When the ships bearing Yasser Arafat and his fighters disappeared across the Mediterranean, it seemed the Palestinian Revolution had been uprooted yet again, scattered like the seeds of a storm. In Tunis, the PLO rebuilt its headquarters in exile, efficient, distant, and safe. But something essential had changed. The movement that had once drawn its power from the camps and the hills of Lebanon was now a government without a land, a symbol adrift between diplomacy and nostalgia. In the refugee camps left behind, grief hardened into silence. The massacres at Sabra and Shatila were not only a human tragedy, but a shattering of faith. Thousands lay dead, and the survivors understood that no one was coming to save them. The Arab regimes had watched, the world had condemned, yet the blood dried alone in the alleys. For many Palestinians, the belief in deliverance by others, by allies, armies, or superpowers, died there. From that silence, a new conviction would slowly grow. That salvation would have to come from within, from the occupied homeland itself. In Tunisia, Arafat faced a different kind of war, a struggle for legitimacy and direction. The PLO remained the recognized representative of the Palestinian people, but recognition had become both shield and burden. The world wanted moderation, his people demanded liberation. Diplomacy offered status, but risked irrelevance. The leadership moved between capitals, issuing communiques and negotiating resolutions, while the fighters they once commanded languished in camps, their weapons rusting. The revolution had matured, but in its maturity it began to lose its immediacy. Arafat, still dressed in his fatigues, traveled the world as a head of state without a state, his every gesture balancing defiance and restraint. In the occupied territories, the West Bank and Gaza Strip, seized by Israel in 1967, the population lived under an occupation that had become an everyday reality. Settlements expanded on confiscated land, military checkpoints divided towns from villages, permits governed movement, curfews dictated time. Yet beneath the surface of submission, quiet networks began to form. Teachers, merchants, and students created committees that doubled as political organizations. Unions and mosques became spaces of subtle resistance, where people learned that survival itself could be an act of rebellion. The occupied Palestinians were no longer spectators to their history. They were becoming its authors. The 1980s brought economic and political shifts across the Middle East. Oil wealth reshaped Arab societies, but for Palestinians in exile, prosperity remained distant. In Lebanon, the civil war dragged on, reducing once bustling neighborhoods to rubble. In Jordan, King Hussein reasserted control, wary of allowing the PLO to return. In Syria, factions splintered and feuded under the watch of Hafez al-Assad, who saw the Palestinian card as one more instrument of regional leverage. The dream of Arab unity had faded into rhetoric. Each regime pursued its own survival. The Palestinian issue remained a banner waved at rallies, not a mission acted upon. Within the PLO itself, divisions deepened. Some leaders, disillusioned by years of exile, sought a political settlement through international conferences and back-channel negotiations. Others, particularly younger commanders who had grown up in the camps, accused the leadership of complacency and corruption. Skirmishes broke out between rival factions, most dramatically in 1983, when Arafat's forces were besieged by dissidents in Tripoli, Lebanon. Once again, Palestinians fought Palestinians, and once again the revolution survived by the resilience of its symbolism rather than the strength of its arms. The image of Arafat escaping by sea, surrounded by loyalists, mirrored the exile of 1982, a repetition that carried the weight of tragedy. Meanwhile, Israel's hold on the occupied territories deepened. The government encouraged settlement construction, confiscating land through legal decrees and military orders. Roads for settlers crisscrossed Palestinian fields. Water was diverted from Arab villages to new colonies on the hills. Yet demographic reality was stubborn. Millions of Palestinians remained in the land, their presence an unspoken contradiction to the dream of a purely Jewish state. To control them, Israel relied on a complex machinery of bureaucracy and fear. But control bred resentment, and resentment, quietly, was ripening into defiance. By the mid-1980s, signs of restlessness were visible everywhere. Palestinian universities, established under occupation, became centers of activism and debate. A new generation of students born after 1967 knew exile not from memory but from experience. They had never seen freedom and therefore had nothing to lose. They were too young to remember the glory days of Beirut, too skeptical to worship distant leaders. Their Palestine was not a dream across borders, but the streets where they lived, the olive groves their parents still tended, the prisons where their brothers were held. The spark of rebellion moved from the diaspora to the homeland. In 1985, the shifting winds of global politics brought a brief hope of reconciliation. Arab states and the PLO explored new peace initiatives, including indirect recognition of Israel in exchange for withdrawal from the occupied territories. Arafat hinted at compromise, speaking of coexistence within a two-state framework. But the gestures fell on deaf ears. Israel, confident in its military power, saw no reason to negotiate. The United States, its ally, demanded that the PLO renounce violence and recognize Israel's right to exist before any dialogue could begin. The cycle of preconditions became another form of stalemate. The world debated the fate of Palestine as though it were a diplomatic puzzle, not a lived reality. Then, in December 1987, the inevitable happened. In the Gaza Strip, an Israeli military truck collided with a civilian car, killing 4 Palestinian workers returning from labor inside Israel. The funerals turned into demonstrations, the demonstrations into riots. Stones flew against rifles, and the soldiers responded with live fire. The uprising spread like wind through dry fields, from Gaza to the West Bank, from refugee camps to cities. Children faced tanks with slings and flags. Women organized supply networks. Mosques broadcast calls for unity. The people who had been ruled, displaced, and spoken for now spoke for themselves. It was not an army that rose, but a nation. The world called it the Intifada, the shaking off. For the first time, the struggle was not led by exiles or foreign armies, but by the ordinary people of Palestine, farmers, students, and mothers who refused to bow. Israel, unprepared for a popular revolt, found that its military superiority offered no solution against the defiance of a whole society. The occupation that had been managed through fear and paperwork now faced the moral weight of collective resistance. The television images of teenagers confronting soldiers with stones reached living rooms across the globe. Sympathy shifted, the narrative changed. The Palestinians were no longer seen only as fighters or refugees. They were citizens demanding the simplest of rights, to live free in their own land. For Arafat and the PLO leadership in Tunis, the uprising was both vindication and challenge. They had long claimed to represent the will of the people. Now the people were acting without their permission. Yet rather than diminishing the organization, the Intifada renewed it. The world turned its eyes again to the Palestinian question, now not as an abstraction of geopolitics, but as a human reality unfolding daily on television screens. Diplomacy, once distant, was about to become urgent. The revolution had returned to where it began, among the people, on the soil of the homeland. After 4 decades of exile, the Palestinians had reclaimed agency through their sheer refusal to disappear. From the ashes of defeat, from the ruins of exile, a new era had begun, not of armies and empires, but of human will. The shaking had only just started. The winter of 1987 carried no warning of revolution. The Gaza Strip lay under curfew, its streets watched by soldiers, its children raised under occupation. Then, one December afternoon, an accident on a dusty road, a collision between an Israeli truck and a Palestinian car, ignited the fury of a generation. 4 workers were killed. At their funeral, grief became fire. Crowds filled the alleys, chanting for justice, throwing stones at military jeeps. The army responded with bullets and tear gas. Within days, the uprising spread across the occupied territories, like a storm breaking loose after years of suffocating heat. The world would soon learn a new word, Intifada, the shaking off. This was not a war commanded by generals or organized by states. It was a rebellion of ordinary people, teachers, students, farmers, merchants, mothers, who had endured 20 years of occupation and humiliation. They had seen their land divided by checkpoints, their sons detained without trial, their villages overshadowed by settlements rising on the hills. Now they rose not out of calculation, but necessity. Their weapons were stones, graffiti, and the courage of collective defiance. Children faced soldiers with slings, waving flags made from scraps of fabric. Women formed underground networks to feed protesters and smuggle messages between towns. The occupation, long invisible to the world, was suddenly lit by cameras and conscience. Israel, stunned by the scale of resistance, responded with force. Prime Minister Yitzhak Shamir declared that order would be restored with an iron fist. Soldiers were instructed to break the uprising's will, sometimes literally, arms fractured by rifle butts, curfews imposed for weeks, entire neighborhoods sealed. Yet repression only deepened resolve. Each funeral became a protest, each arrest a rallying cry. The uprising was leaderless in structure but united in purpose, to end the occupation and assert the existence of a people long denied. For the first time since 1948, Palestinians inside the land set the pace of their own history. As months passed, the Intifada developed its own rhythm. Strikes shut down markets and factories. Tax boycotts crippled Israeli administration in the territories. Homemade leaflets, copied in secret, served as the revolution's press, issuing instructions and moral guidance. The unified national leadership of the uprising, an underground coalition of local activists, coordinated resistance through whispers and symbols. Their tone was disciplined, almost ascetic. The uprising was to be popular, not chaotic, moral, not vengeful. The goal was not destruction, but dignity. In this balance between rage and restraint lay its power. The images changed the world's perception. For decades, the Palestinian story had been seen through the lens of armed struggle and refugee despair. Now television showed teenagers facing tanks, women blocking bulldozers, schoolboys arrested for throwing stones. The narrative of the aggressor and the victim began to blur. International journalists flooded the territories, and their reports pierced the indifference that had cloaked the conflict. Western audiences, once distant, began to see occupation not as abstraction, but as daily cruelty. Sympathy shifted, and with it, the political landscape. Inside Israel, the uprising provoked anxiety and introspection. Many citizens, especially younger generations, questioned the moral cost of ruling another people by force. Peace movements like Peace Now gained momentum, staging demonstrations in Tel Aviv calling for negotiation and withdrawal. Yet others hardened their stance, seeing the uprising as proof that coexistence was impossible. The army, trained for conventional warfare, found itself policing millions of civilians. The myth of control that had followed the victory of 1967 began to unravel. The occupation was no longer a security measure, it was a crisis of conscience. For the Palestinians, unity emerged from diversity. Secular nationalists and Islamists, communists and conservatives shared the same streets and the same wounds. Even the Muslim Brotherhood, long cautious in politics, began to evolve. In 1988, its local offshoot adopted a new name, Hamas, and joined the uprising with a blend of religious fervor and social organization. They built clinics, distributed food, and issued their own communiques. While the PLO remained the recognized voice abroad, Hamas began to claim authority inside. A new duality took shape, one movement fighting with stones and diplomacy, the other with faith and resistance. In Tunis, the PLO leadership watched the events with awe and unease. The Intifada had erupted without their direction, yet it had revived their legitimacy. Arafat, ever the political survivor, embraced it as proof that the struggle was alive. But he also understood its limits. The uprising could shake the occupation, but it could not end it. To translate sacrifice into sovereignty, the revolution would have to re-enter the realm of diplomacy it once despised. The olive branch, long set aside, was being picked up again. The geopolitical winds were shifting. The Cold War, which had frozen the Middle East in ideological camps, was beginning to thaw. The Soviet Union under Mikhail Gorbachev sought détente with the West. The United States emerged as the unchallenged global power. Arab regimes, exhausted by economic stagnation and internal dissent, looked toward Washington for stability. In this new order, the Palestinian question was both opportunity and obstacle. The world wanted resolution, but on terms that would secure regional calm rather than absolute justice. In July 1988, King Hussein of Jordan announced that he was severing administrative ties with the West Bank, effectively relinquishing his claim to the territory. It was a quiet but seismic act. For the first time, the political vacuum over Palestine was complete. The PLO stepped into that void, declaring itself the sole legitimate representative of the Palestinian people. In November of the same year, meeting in Algiers, the Palestine National Council proclaimed the establishment of the State of Palestine, citing the UN Partition Resolution of 1947 as its legal basis. The declaration, written by poet Mahmoud Darwish and read by Arafat, balanced history and hope. It recognized Israel implicitly, endorsed coexistence, and called for peace based on justice. For a people without territory, the act was both symbolic and revolutionary. They had declared their state in words before they could in land. The response was divided. The United States cautiously welcomed the PLO's moderation, but demanded explicit recognition of Israel and renunciation of violence before opening dialogue. Israel dismissed the declaration as rhetoric. Yet the diplomatic landscape had shifted. Arafat's pragmatism, once condemned by radicals, now seemed prophetic. The world was beginning to see the PLO not as a band of militants, but as a government in waiting. Recognition began to spread. Over 100 nations acknowledged the State of Palestine, even as its borders remained invisible. Meanwhile, the Intifada entered its second year. Its initial fervor gave way to endurance, then fatigue. Israel's tactics grew harsher: mass arrests, deportations, collective punishments. Thousands were imprisoned, schools were closed for months, yet the uprising refused to die. It had become part of everyday life, a posture of defiance, a code of survival. Children who had thrown their first stones at 10 were now teenagers under curfew, but their conviction had not dimmed. In the graffiti scrawled on walls, one phrase appeared again and again: sumud, steadfastness. To endure was to resist. By the early 1990s, the world was changing faster than anyone could have imagined. The Berlin Wall fell, and with it, the certainties of the old order. The Gulf War of 1991 shattered Arab unity once more, isolating the PLO after Arafat's ill-fated alignment with Iraq. Yet even in weakness lay opportunity. The United States, triumphant and unchallenged, turned its gaze toward the Holy Land, determined to solve a conflict that had outlasted empires. The Intifada had forced the world to see Palestinians not as exiles, but as a people living under occupation. The next stage would take place not on the streets, but at the negotiating table. The uprising that began with stones and funerals had transformed the Palestinian story. It had shaken the foundations of power, revived national identity, and reawakened the world's conscience. It did not end the occupation, but it ended invisibility. When the dust settled, both sides understood that neither could eliminate the other. The struggle would have to find another language. It would speak soon in the cautious tones of diplomacy, words forged from exhaustion, risk, and hope. The dawn of the 1990s found the world transformed. The Cold War had ended. Ideologies that once divided the globe were dissolving into new alignments of power and pragmatism. For the Palestinians, This meant both liberation and loss. Their longtime allies, the Soviet Union and its satellite states, had collapsed, and with them vanished a reliable source of diplomatic and financial support. The Arab world, once bound by slogans of unity, was fragmented by the aftermath of the Gulf War. Iraq's invasion of Kuwait had torn open old rivalries, and Yasser Arafat's decision to side with Saddam Hussein in that conflict had left the PLO politically isolated and financially crippled. The Gulf monarchies, furious at his betrayal, expelled thousands of Palestinian workers, cutting off vital remittances that had sustained families and institutions for decades. The revolution seemed, once again, at its lowest ebb. Yet history has a way of pivoting on despair. In exile, Arafat saw opportunity in weakness. The world was entering a new era defined not by ideological blocs, but by negotiation. The United States, now the sole superpower, sought to impose a Pax Americana across the Middle East, stabilizing a region that had consumed too much of its attention. For Washington, the key lay in resolving the conflict between Israel and the Palestinians, whose images of uprising and repression had eroded moral credibility on all sides. For Arafat, this was the chance to re-enter the global stage, to transform defeat into diplomacy. The first step came in 1991, when the United States and the Soviet Union jointly convened the Madrid Peace Conference, inviting Israel, the Palestinians, and neighboring Arab states to sit at the same table for the first time. The Palestinian delegation, formally attached to the Jordanian team to appease Israeli objections, was composed of local leaders from the occupied territories rather than PLO officials. Among them was Hanan Ashrawi, a Christian academic whose eloquence and composure would make her the moral voice of the delegation. In Madrid's grand halls, the world saw Palestinians not as militants but as diplomats, articulate and dignified. They spoke of land, rights and recognition in the language of international law rather than revolution. The transformation was subtle but seismic. The narrative was changing from liberation to negotiation. Israel, led by Prime Minister Yitzhak Shamir, approached the talks reluctantly. For decades, successive governments had refused to recognize any Palestinian national identity, insisting that Jordan was the rightful homeland for Arabs of Palestine. The uprising had made that fiction untenable. Still, Shamir stalled, betting that time and settlement expansion would render diplomacy irrelevant. But the tide of global politics was turning against such defiance. In 1992, Israeli voters, weary of perpetual conflict, elected Yitzhak Rabin, a former general who believed that security could no longer rest on occupation alone. Rabin, scarred by war and pragmatic by nature, sought a political solution that could secure Israel's future without endless bloodshed. His election marked the first real opening for dialogue in a generation. While the formal negotiations in Washington dragged on without progress, a parallel track emerged far from the cameras. In early 1993, secret talks began in Oslo, Norway, facilitated by a small group of Norwegian diplomats and academics. The setting was almost absurdly modest, an isolated villa surrounded by forest, but within its quiet rooms, history began to shift. On one side sat a team of mid-level Israeli officials, on the other representatives of the PLO, authorized by Arafat but acting in secrecy. Over months of discreet meetings, they sketched what both sides had long denied possible: mutual recognition. The discussions were fragile, often tense. The Israelis feared legitimizing the very organization they had branded as terrorist. The Palestinians feared conceding too much for too little. Yet as the conversations continued, a strange intimacy developed. The negotiators, freed from the stagecraft of diplomacy, began to see one another as human beings rather than symbols. They spoke of families, of fear, of the exhaustion of perpetual war. Trust, that rarest of commodities in this conflict, began to flicker. In Tunis, Arafat followed every development with a mixture of hope and suspicion. He knew that the PLO's position was desperate. The Intifada had waned, international aid was dwindling, the Arab world was distracted by its own crises. Without a breakthrough, the organization risked fading into irrelevance. Yet he also knew the stakes. Recognition of Israel would be irreversible, a historic concession that many Palestinians would see as betrayal. For decades, the PLO's charter had defined armed struggle as sacred duty. Now Arafat contemplated replacing the gun with a handshake. To some, it was visionary. To others, unthinkable. The breakthrough came in August 1993, when the two sides finalized a declaration of principles outlining mutual recognition and a phased path toward Palestinian self-rule. Israel would withdraw its forces from the Gaza Strip and the West Bank city of Jericho, allowing the creation of a Palestinian authority to govern under limited autonomy. In return, the PLO would recognize Israel's right to exist in peace and renounce terrorism. The final status of Jerusalem, refugees and borders would be left for future negotiation. It was, by any measure, an imperfect compromise, ambiguous, cautious, and full of loopholes. But for the first time in nearly a century, both peoples formally acknowledged each other's legitimacy. It was a step that seemed impossible until it happened. When the news broke, the world reacted with astonishment. After decades of enmity, Yitzhak Rabin and Yasser Arafat were to meet face-to-face on the lawn of the White House. On September 13, 1993, beneath the pale sky of Washington, the two men stood before the world's cameras as President Bill Clinton extended his arms to guide them together. The handshake that followed lasted only a few seconds, but it carried the weight of generations. Arafat, in his fatigues and keffiyeh, symbolized the rebellion of a stateless people. Rabin, in his suit and military bearing, represented the state that had been their adversary. Between them stood a moment of fragile hope. Applause erupted from the gathered diplomats and journalists as if history itself had exhaled. For Palestinians, the moment was bittersweet. Some wept with relief, believing that statehood was finally within reach. Others watched with anger, feeling that their sacrifices had been exchanged for promises written on paper. The refugees in Lebanon, Syria, and Jordan, millions who had waited since 1948, saw no guarantee of return in the accords. The settlements remained. The army still controlled the borders. To many, the handshake was not an end to occupation, but its rebranding. Yet even among skeptics, a quiet current of pride ran beneath the doubts. After decades of invisibility, the Palestinian flag now flew beside that of Israel in international halls. Their cause had entered the language of law, not just protest. In Israel, the reaction was equally divided. Peace rallies filled Tel Aviv's squares, but opponents warned that the accords would bring only danger. The settlers, feeling betrayed, vowed resistance. Right-wing politicians denounced Rabin as naive, accusing him of shaking hands with murderers. Religious extremists called the deal an offense to divine promise. The society that had once been united by external threat was now fractured by the question of peace. Yet for a brief season, optimism seemed to outweigh fear. The old certainties were dissolving. Something new, tentative, and unpredictable was being born. In the weeks that followed, the first signs of implementation began. Palestinian police were trained. Israeli troops withdrew from selected areas. The Palestinian Authority, led by Arafat, prepared to govern from within the land for the first time in history. Streets that had known only occupation began to see the flags of a new administration. For the children of Gaza and Jericho, who had grown up under curfews and checkpoints, the sight of Palestinian officers in uniform felt like the dawn of freedom. Yet beneath the celebrations lingered unease. The accords promised autonomy, but not sovereignty. Peace, but not equality. The hardest questions, Jerusalem, refugees, settlements, had been postponed. Hope, once a rare commodity, now carried its own burden of expectation. For Arafat, the moment was triumph and trial intertwined. He had gambled everything on diplomacy, transforming himself from guerrilla commander to statesman. His enemies called him traitor, his followers, hero. To his dying day, he would be haunted by that dual image, the man who gave his people a seat at the table and the man who accepted half a homeland. Yet in 1993, under the bright glare of cameras, such doubts were still distant. The word peace filled the air like an incantation. For the first time, it seemed possible to imagine two nations sharing one land, if not in harmony, then at least in coexistence. The summer of 1994 carried with it the strange, trembling excitement of homecoming. For nearly 30 years, Yasser Arafat had lived in exile, chased from Amman to Beirut, from Beirut to Tunis. Now, for the first time since 1967, he was coming back to the land whose name he had carried on every passport and platform. As his plane descended toward Gaza, thousands of people crowded the streets, waving flags, climbing rooftops, chanting his name. To many, it felt like the end of a long journey, the fulfillment of promises whispered through decades of exile. To others, it was a return not of triumph, but of compromise, a homecoming limited by checkpoints, curfews, and foreign permission. Yet for one hot July afternoon, Gaza was united by emotion. The old man with the white keffiyeh had come home. Arafat stepped from the aircraft and kissed the ground. Around him stood his aides, veterans of years in Tunis, ministers without ministries, soldiers without battlefields, all trying to believe that the dream had survived translation into reality. As he made his way through the crowd, the air thick with dust and song, he seemed both conqueror and supplicant. The people reached for his hands, children waved olive branches, gunmen fired into the air in celebration. He raised his arms in his familiar gesture of command, smiling through tears. "This is Gaza, this is Jericho, this is Palestine," he declared. The words trembled between promise and prayer. The Palestinian Authority, created by the Oslo Accords, began its task of governance amid ruins. Years of occupation had left Gaza's infrastructure in tatters, roads broken, power inconsistent, water scarce. The new administration faced impossible expectations: to build a state under occupation, to govern a people who were at once jubilant and suspicious. The bureaucracy that took shape in the following months was a hybrid of revolution and administration, part liberation movement, part government. Old guerrilla commanders became police chiefs, exiles became ministers. Their offices, often converted from Israeli military buildings, still smelled of dust and oil. Flags were raised, but the sound of Israeli patrols still echoed beyond the walls. Arafat ruled as he had always led, by instinct and charisma, balancing loyalty with manipulation. He rewarded old comrades with titles, creating overlapping agencies that competed for influence. Power flowed not through institutions, but through personal trust and fear. Yet for all its flaws, the Palestinian Authority was something new, a visible, functioning symbol of national life. There were passports, postal stamps, even a police force in blue uniforms marching through Gaza City. Children memorized a national anthem. In the schools, maps of Palestine, once forbidden, were hung on classroom walls. For the first time, the idea of a state was not merely imagined, it was experienced, however briefly and imperfectly. Israel, under the leadership of Yitzhak Rabin, pressed forward with the peace process despite fierce domestic opposition. Settlers blocked roads and organized protests. Right-wing politicians accused the government of surrendering the heartland of Jewish history. But Rabin, a soldier turned realist, believed that endless occupation would destroy Israel from within. His alliance with Shimon Peres, the architect of Oslo, gave the process both credibility and vision. Together, they envisioned a future of cooperation, industrial zones linking Gaza and Israel, shared water projects, open borders. The international community poured in aid and goodwill. For a brief moment, optimism seemed to overpower cynicism. Yet the ground beneath that optimism was fragile. On both sides, extremists moved to destroy what had been achieved. In February 1994, a settler named Baruch Goldstein entered the Ibrahimi Mosque in Hebron and opened fire on worshippers during prayer, killing 29. The massacre shattered the illusion of calm and provoked fury across the Arab world. The mosques erupted in anger, and Hamas, newly emboldened, responded with a campaign of suicide bombings inside Israel. The peace that had seemed tangible now trembled under the weight of blood. Each act of violence fed the other. Each death became another argument for revenge. Arafat found himself trapped between two fires. On one side, Israel demanded that he suppress Hamas and maintain order as proof of his commitment to peace. On the other, his own people accused him of becoming Israel's policeman, enforcing occupation under a new name. His police, ill-trained and underpaid, cracked down on dissent. Prisons filled with Palestinians arrested by other Palestinians. The revolutionary who had once symbolized resistance was now seen by many as a collaborator. Yet Arafat remained defiant. "Peace," he said, "is the hardest battle we have ever fought." He believed that time and persistence would transform autonomy into sovereignty, that every inch gained was a step toward the state he had promised. Meanwhile, the map of occupation barely changed. Israel withdrew from certain population centers, but its army still controlled borders, airspace, and roads. Settlements not only remained but expanded, their red-roofed houses spreading across the hills of the West Bank like stains on a map. The roads that connected them were forbidden to Palestinians, creating a landscape of fragmentation, small islands of autonomy surrounded by control. What had been sold as a path to independence increasingly looked like a new form of containment. The euphoria of 1993 had faded into a daily routine of checkpoints, bureaucracy, and disappointment. Still, the world celebrated progress. In 1994, Arafat, Rabin, and Peres were jointly awarded the Nobel Peace Prize for their efforts. In Oslo's Grand Hall, beneath the chandeliers, they stood together, awkward but solemn. The applause was loud, the symbolism immense. It seemed that the ghosts of history had been, if not banished, at least acknowledged. Yet even as the medals were placed around their necks, the forces of opposition gathered strength. The extremists who saw peace as betrayal were preparing their own kind of negotiation, with bullets and bombs. In Israel, the right-wing movement coalesced around a young, fiery politician named Benjamin Netanyahu, who denounced Oslo as a fatal error. His rallies grew in size and fury, with protesters waving placards depicting Rabin in a Nazi uniform, shouting, "Death to the traitor." The atmosphere grew poisonous, the line between rhetoric and incitement blurring. Rabin, reserved and weary, continued to insist that peace required courage. He spoke of the need to fight terrorism as if there is no peace and pursue peace as if there is no terrorism. It was a formula that demanded balance on a knife's edge. On November 4, 1995, the edge finally gave way. In Tel Aviv, after addressing a massive peace rally, Rabin walked down the steps of the city's square, smiling as supporters sang the anthem Shir LaShalom, Song for Peace. As he approached his car, a young Israeli extremist stepped from the crowd and fired 2 bullets into his back. The Prime Minister fell, his blood soaking the paper of the song he had just sung. By the time he reached the hospital, he was dead. The man who had once commanded armies and conquered cities was felled by his own citizen for daring to speak of peace. The news spread across the world like a shockwave. In Israel, hundreds of thousands gathered in silence, candles flickering in the night. In the Palestinian territories, grief mingled with fear. Many understood, perhaps before anyone else, what Rabin's death meant. The fragile bridge between the two peoples had been shattered. His successor, Shimon Peres, tried to hold the line, but the momentum was gone. The extremists on both sides had won the night. For Arafat, the assassination was a wound beyond politics. He had lost not just a negotiating partner, but the only Israeli leader who truly understood the cost of war. Standing before cameras, he offered condolences with genuine sorrow, his voice trembling. "He was a brave man," he said. "We lost a partner, and peace lost a protector." In private, he knew that the dream they had shared, two states living side by side, was slipping once again into the realm of myth. The years ahead would bring more summits, more promises, and more graves. But for that one night in November, the world paused, as if realizing too late that the courage required for peace is always greater than that required for war. The morning after Yitzhak Rabin's assassination, the sun rose over a different Middle East. The chants of peace rallies gave way to the silence of uncertainty. In the streets of Tel Aviv, candles flickered beside photographs of the fallen Prime Minister, while in Gaza and Ramallah, the air felt heavier, as if something unseen had cracked. The fragile architecture of Oslo, built on trust between two exhausted enemies, now stood without its central pillar. Shimon Peres, the visionary partner of the Accords, stepped into office promising continuity, but history was already shifting under his feet. In Israel, grief quickly turned to fear. The wave of suicide bombings launched by Hamas in early 1996 shattered public confidence in the peace process. Buses exploded in Jerusalem and Tel Aviv, killing civilians who had believed the danger was ending. The images of burned metal and shattered glass filled television screens, erasing years of diplomacy in seconds. Israelis, once cautiously hopeful, retreated into anger. The narrative of betrayal took root. The Palestinians, many believed, had used peace as cover for violence. In the general election that followed, Benjamin Netanyahu, the young leader of the right-wing Likud party, rode that fear to power, defeating Peres by the narrowest of margins. The era of cautious optimism was over. Netanyahu presented himself as a realist, but his realism was rooted in distrust. He accepted the Oslo framework in words while undermining it in deeds. Settlement construction accelerated. Checkpoints multiplied. Negotiations slowed to paralysis, buried under committees and conditions. His rhetoric emphasized security above all, portraying concessions as weakness. To many Israelis, weary of terror, this sounded like sanity. To Palestinians, it felt like betrayal in slow motion, a peace that promised sovereignty while delivering occupation. The gap between expectation and reality widened into bitterness. Arafat, now ensconced in his headquarters in Ramallah, faced an impossible task. The Palestinian Authority he governed was neither fully autonomous nor fully controlled. Its territory resembled an archipelago of disconnected enclaves surrounded by Israeli military zones. Every road, every border, every sky remained under Israeli authority. Yet, to the world, Arafat was now a head of state, his every move scrutinized by cameras and diplomats. He juggled two identities: revolutionary leader to his people, bureaucratic counterpart to his adversaries. The contradictions were unbearable. When he demanded independence, Israel accused him of incitement. When he enforced Israeli security demands, his own people called him a collaborator. Leadership had become a balancing act performed over an abyss. Meanwhile, the reality on the ground grew harsher. In Gaza, unemployment soared as movement was restricted. The borders opened and closed according to politics, strangling the fragile economy. In the West Bank, settlement expansion carved the landscape into fragments, connected by roads forbidden to Palestinians. Each new hilltop outpost seemed a statement of intent. The land, once promised to peace, was being consumed piece by piece. Yet in the midst of frustration, daily life continued. Markets opened, children attended school, weddings were celebrated under curfew. The resilience of ordinary people became the quiet continuation of a dream deferred. The late 1990s were years of illusion, moments of breakthrough overshadowed by deeper stagnation. Under US pressure, Netanyahu eventually signed the Hebron Protocol and the Wye River Memorandum, agreements that promised further withdrawals and cooperation. Each was announced with fanfare, each followed by disappointment. Implementation stalled amid political crises, while trust between the two sides disintegrated. Netanyahu's coalition collapsed under its own contradictions, and in 1999, Israeli voters turned once again to hope, electing Ehud Barak, a decorated general who vowed to complete what Rabin had begun. For a brief moment, the horizon seemed to brighten. Barak spoke the language of peace, but thought like a soldier. He believed that bold, sweeping gestures could end decades of conflict in one decisive act. In 2000, he withdrew Israeli forces from southern Lebanon, ending an 18-year occupation that had drained both morale and lives. The move boosted his credibility at home and abroad. US President Bill Clinton, nearing the end of his term, saw in Barak and Arafat an opportunity to secure a historic legacy. Thus, in the summer of that year, they convened at Camp David to attempt what generations had failed to achieve: a final peace agreement. The summit was cloaked in secrecy, high in the wooded hills of Maryland. For 15 days, Arafat and Barak argued over maps, borders, and the fate of Jerusalem. Clinton moved between them, cajoling, mediating, pleading. The offers were sweeping but uneven. Barak proposed a Palestinian state on roughly 90% of the West Bank, with territorial swaps to compensate for the rest. But the remaining 10%, cutting through the land like scars, contained the settlements, roads, and the Jordan Valley. East Jerusalem, claimed by both sides as capital, proved the most explosive issue. Israel offered administrative control over Arab neighborhoods and custodianship of holy sites, but refused full sovereignty. For Arafat, to sign such a deal would mean accepting a fragmented state and abandoning the refugees' right of return. For Barak, to concede more risked political suicide. The summit ended without agreement. In the aftermath, blame became a weapon. Clinton and Barak accused Arafat of rejecting a generous offer. Israeli and Western media echoed the phrase, framing the failure as proof of Palestinian intransigence. But from Arafat's perspective, generosity meant little if it left his people confined within walls. He returned to Ramallah not as a victor, but as a target of disappointment, his credibility eroding under the weight of expectations. In the refugee camps, frustration hardened into rage. The Oslo dream had promised liberation within 5 years. 7 years later, the soldiers still patrolled, the settlements still grew, and the checkpoints still multiplied. Hope, once fragile, had turned brittle. That September, a spark lit the tinder. Ariel Sharon, the hardline opposition leader, visited the Haram al-Sharif in Jerusalem, the sacred compound known to Jews as the Temple Mount. Surrounded by hundreds of armed police, his gesture was a declaration of dominance, an assertion that Jerusalem would remain forever under Israeli control. To Palestinians, it was a desecration, an insult layered upon years of humiliation. The next day, protests erupted across the West Bank and Gaza. The Israeli army responded with live ammunition. Within days, dozens were dead. The uprising that followed was spontaneous, furious, and unstoppable. Stones gave way to bullets, and bullets to bombs. The Second Intifada had begun. Unlike the first, it was marked by despair rather than hope, by anger rather than unity. The young men who now took up arms had grown up amid the disappointments of Oslo. They had seen the promises of peace translate into deeper occupation. Their rebellion was not only against Israel, but against a world that had made peace conditional on submission. Checkpoints burned, Israeli outposts were attacked. The cycle of retribution resumed with new ferocity. The dream that began in 1993 with a handshake on the White House lawn ended 7 years later in the smoke of gunfire and the echo of broken faith. The days that followed Ariel Sharon's march through the Haram al-Sharif turned Jerusalem into a crucible. The air was filled with smoke and anger, the scent of burning tires drifting through narrow alleys that had seen too much history. The Second Intifada was not organized or declared. It erupted like a wound reopening. At first, the protests echoed the spirit of 1987, stones against rifles, chants against orders, but the tone darkened quickly. The Israeli army answered with live fire, helicopters, and tanks. Each death was televised, each image feeding the fury of another crowd. The cycle that had begun with hope in Oslo now spun in reverse, grinding the dream to dust. The funeral of Muhammad al-Dura, a 12-year-old boy caught in crossfire and filmed dying in his father's arms, became the emblem of this new war. The footage circled the globe, turning grief into rage. For many Palestinians, it was the moment they stopped believing in peace altogether. Across Gaza and the West Bank, militias formed out of despair, fighters with little training, armed with rifles older than themselves. Suicide bombers emerged from the refugee camps, carrying explosives into buses and cafes. Israel responded with overwhelming force, calling the uprising a war of terror. Both sides spoke now in absolutes, as if compromise had never existed. Prime Minister Ehud Barak, unable to contain the violence or defend his failed negotiations, fell from power. In 2001, the electorate turned once again to Ariel Sharon, the same general whose visit had sparked the uprising. To many Israelis, Sharon represented strength, a man who would restore security through sheer will. To Palestinians, his name was synonymous with massacre and occupation. The battlefield was everywhere: narrow streets, olive groves, crowded marketplaces. The occupation that had once been managed with bureaucracy now returned to the language of siege. For Yasser Arafat, the Second Intifada was both a rebellion and a reckoning. His authority had always depended on balancing extremes, between diplomacy and defiance, compromise and resistance. Now that balance was collapsing. The Palestinian Authority, once hailed as the embryo of a state, found itself besieged and powerless. Israeli tanks rolled through the streets of Ramallah and Bethlehem, demolishing police stations and government buildings built with foreign aid. The dream of governance was replaced by the reality of survival. In 2002, after a series of suicide bombings shook Israeli cities, Sharon launched Operation Defensive Shield, the largest military incursion into the West Bank since 1967. Cities like Jenin, Nablus and Ramallah were surrounded, their roads torn apart by bulldozers, their electricity cut. In Jenin's refugee camp, house-to-house fighting left hundreds dead and entire neighborhoods reduced to rubble. Israel described it as a necessary war against terror. The Palestinians called it a massacre. International observers arrived to find ruins and silence, the smell of dust and cordite thick in the air. The language of peace had been buried under the rubble of homes. Arafat's compound in Ramallah, known as the Mukhatar, became the center of a modern siege. Surrounded by tanks and barbed wire, the aging leader lived in a few dimly lit rooms, cut off from the world except for a flickering radio and the occasional foreign visitor. Israel demanded that he denounce the violence and dismantle militant groups. He replied that he could not control a people fighting for their freedom while under occupation. Each side accused the other of sabotage, and both were right. The peace process, already fragile, was dying of exhaustion. Inside the compound, time blurred. Arafat held meetings at midnight, scribbling notes on scraps of paper, issuing orders that often never reached their destination. His health declined. His world shrank to a handful of loyal guards and aides who slept on floors beside him, yet he refused to leave, even when offered safe passage abroad. "I will not be exiled again," he said. "I was born here. I will die here." Outside, the once vibrant cities of the West Bank lay under curfew. In Gaza, Israeli drones circled above, striking at militants who fired crude rockets toward Israeli towns. Civilians on both sides lived in fear of the next explosion. By 2003, the international community, alarmed by the scale of destruction, tried to resurrect diplomacy. The Quartet, the United States, the European Union, Russia, and the United Nations introduced the Roadmap for Peace, a phased plan leading toward a two-state solution. Israel demanded security first. The Palestinians demanded an end to settlement expansion. Neither side trusted the other enough to begin. The roadmap became another document in a growing archive of failed intentions. Under US pressure, Arafat was forced to appoint a prime minister to share power. The post went to Mahmoud Abbas, known as Abu Mazen, a cautious bureaucrat favored by Washington and regarded with suspicion by many Palestinians. Abbas called for an end to violence, arguing that diplomacy was the only viable path. His stance won him little support among a population numbed by occupation and revenge. Within months, he resigned, leaving Arafat once again isolated, his authority intact but hollow. Meanwhile, Sharon unveiled a unilateral strategy, the separation barrier. Presented as a security measure, the wall, part concrete, part fence, snaked through the West Bank, cutting across villages and fields, separating farmers from their land and families from each other. To Israelis, it was protection against suicide bombings. To Palestinians, it was the visible symbol of permanent division. As it rose, grey and relentless, the landscape itself seemed to embody despair, a geography of distrust carved into the soil. Yet amid the rubble, small acts of humanity persisted. Israeli and Palestinian peace activists marched together against the wall. Doctors crossed checkpoints to treat the wounded on both sides. In the midst of rage, compassion still flickered, fragile but defiant. It was as if the land itself refused to surrender completely to hatred. By 2004, Arafat's isolation had become absolute. His health deteriorated rapidly. Mysterious stomach pains, fatigue, weight loss. In October, under mounting pressure, Israel allowed him to be evacuated to France for medical treatment. As his helicopter lifted from the Muqata, Palestinians gathered in the streets weeping, waving flags and portraits. They sensed what was coming. On November 11, 2004, Yasser Arafat died in a Paris hospital. The cause was never conclusively determined. Theories of poisoning circulated for years, but what mattered was that an era had ended. His body was flown back to Ramallah, denied burial in Jerusalem by Israeli authorities. Tens of thousands attended the funeral, their cries rising like waves through the city. Old men held the keys of houses lost in 1948. Young children waved flags they had never known to fly freely. The man who had embodied their struggle with all its contradictions, hero and autocrat, dreamer and pragmatist, was gone. They buried him in the courtyard of the compound where he had endured his final siege, beneath a slab of stone draped in the Palestinian flag. The tomb was temporary, he had once said, until the day he could be laid to rest in Jerusalem. After his death, the world spoke of closure. But for Palestinians, closure was a word that meant nothing. The occupation continued, the wall climbed higher, and the promise of statehood receded like a mirage. Yet something deeper endured, the stubborn, indestructible belief that the land and the people were inseparable. Even in defeat, the story refused to end. From the alleys of Gaza to the hills of Nablus, from the camps of Lebanon to the exiles in Europe, the idea of Palestine remained alive. as constant as the wind that moves over the olive trees. When Yasser Arafat was laid to rest in Ramallah in November 2004, the earth seemed to close over more than a man. It covered an era, a way of imagining struggle and hope. For nearly 40 years, he had been the face of a people's endurance, and with his passing came both grief and fatigue. The Palestinian movement he left behind was fragmented, its unity frayed by years of siege, corruption, and disappointment. Yet history does not wait for mourning. The vacuum of leadership was quickly filled by Mahmoud Abbas, the cautious, soft-spoken bureaucrat whom the world already knew as a man of moderation. Where Arafat had ruled by charisma and ambiguity, Abbas governed by procedure and restraint. He promised to restore order, renounce violence, and pursue diplomacy as the only viable weapon. It was a promise the West wanted to hear, and one the occupation would soon test. In Israel, Ariel Sharon was at the height of his power. The old general, once vilified for his ruthlessness, had reinvented himself as a pragmatic strategist. His mind, shaped by decades of war, now saw opportunity in withdrawal. The Second Intifada had drained Israel economically and morally. The daily confrontation with millions of Palestinians was unsustainable. In 2005, Sharon announced a plan that stunned his supporters. Israel would unilaterally withdraw its soldiers and settlers from the Gaza Strip, dismantling all 21 settlements there and 4 in the northern West Bank. He called it disengagement, not peace, not negotiation, but a separation meant to redraw the battlefield. The announcement divided Israel. To many on the right, it was betrayal, a surrender of divine land. To moderates, it was a bold act of realism. Sharon, who had once championed settlement expansion, now sent troops to remove settlers by force. Television screens filled with images of soldiers dragging weeping families from red-roofed homes, synagogues abandoned, greenhouses dismantled. The scenes were wrenching, but Sharon's resolve was absolute. In August 2005, the last Israeli convoy left Gaza. For the first time in 38 years, no Israeli soldiers or settlers remained inside the enclave. The gates closed behind them, and Gaza was declared free. But freedom, as the people soon discovered, was another word with conditions. The disengagement was designed not to end the occupation, but to reshape it. Israel retained control over Gaza's borders, airspace and coastline, effectively transforming the territory into an open-air prison. The Palestinian Authority took formal responsibility for governance, but its reach was weak. Corruption and disillusionment had hollowed out its institutions. Salaries went unpaid, and the promise of statehood seemed as distant as ever. Amid this vacuum rose a new power, one born from the mosques and alleys of the refugee camps: Hamas. Hamas had grown from a movement of religious charity into a formidable political and military force. During the Second Intifada, it had gained popularity through its defiance and its network of social services that reached where the authority could not. To many Palestinians, especially in Gaza, Hamas represented purity and resistance in contrast to the stagnation of the old leadership. In 2006, when elections were finally held under international supervision, the result shocked the world. Hamas won a decisive majority in the Palestinian Legislative Council, defeating Abbas's Fatah party. The ballots were counted, the victory undeniable. The people had chosen those who still promised dignity through defiance. The response from Israel, the United States, and the European Union was swift and uncompromising. They refused to recognize a government led by Hamas unless it renounced violence, accepted previous agreements, and recognized Israel's right to exist. Hamas, rooted in resistance ideology, refused. Sanctions followed, aid was suspended, and the fragile Palestinian economy, already suffocating, collapsed further. The dream of democratic legitimacy, briefly kindled, was extinguished by geopolitics. Within months, Gaza descended into chaos as rival factions of Fatah and Hamas fought street battles for control. The unity that had survived decades of exile now broke apart in the space of a year. In June 2007, the split became permanent. After days of brutal fighting, Hamas seized full control of Gaza, expelling Fatah officials and consolidating its rule. Abbas, in response, dismissed the Hamas government and established his own administration in the West Bank, backed by the international community. Two governments now claimed to represent one people, one recognized abroad but weak at home, the other isolated but defiant. The geographic and political division between Gaza and the West Bank became the defining wound of the modern Palestinian condition. A wall of ideology replaced the dream of unity. Israel, citing security, imposed a blockade on Gaza, restricting goods, electricity, and movement. The once bustling crossings at Rafah and Erez became choke points through which only a trickle of supplies could pass. Fishing boats were confined to narrow waters patrolled by gunboats. Farmers were shot for approaching border fences. The enclave's 2 million inhabitants were trapped in a narrow strip of land 25 miles long, where unemployment soared above 40% and power outages lasted for days. To the world, it became a statistic. To its people, it was a slow suffocation. The term open-air prison, once metaphorical, became literal. Sharon's gamble, disengagement as a path to security, faltered under the weight of reality. The rockets that began to fly from Gaza towards southern Israel turned the experiment into a siege. Each launch invited retaliation. Each retaliation produced more despair. In 2006, the abduction of Israeli soldier Gilad Shalit by Hamas fighters triggered a massive Israeli incursion. The cycle of assault and reprisal became routine. Every few years, a new operation would erupt. Cast lead, pillar of defense, protective edge, each leaving behind hundreds of dead, thousands displaced, and the same unhealed scar. Within Israel, the political map shifted once more. Ariel Sharon suffered a massive stroke in early 2006 and fell into a coma from which he would never wake. His newly formed centrist party, Kadima, passed to Ehud Olmert, who vowed to continue his legacy of pragmatic withdrawal. But Olmert's tenure was consumed by corruption scandals and war. In 2006, Israel launched a full-scale invasion of Lebanon after Hezbollah captured 2 soldiers on the border. The campaign, intended as a show of strength, ended inconclusively and left Israelis questioning the competence of their leaders. The illusion of military omnipotence had once again been shaken. Meanwhile, in the West Bank, Mahmoud Abbas struggled to maintain relevance. The peace process, frozen since the collapse of Camp David, now existed only as rhetoric. His government, dependent on foreign aid and Israeli cooperation, was accused of impotence and complicity. Settlements continued to expand, carving deeper into the hills. The separation wall grew longer, its concrete slabs casting shadows over olive groves and villages. For Palestinians living beside it, the wall was not merely a structure but a verdict, that their homeland had been parcelled and fenced beyond recognition. The world's attention drifted elsewhere. Iraq, Afghanistan, the global war on terror. Palestine had once again become a background tragedy, visible only when it bled. By 2009, Gaza had endured its first major war under Hamas rule. Israel's Operation Cast Lead, launched in response to rocket fire, left over 1,000 Palestinians dead, including hundreds of civilians. The images, smoke over hospitals, children pulled from rubble, shocked the world but changed little. International investigations condemned the disproportionate use of force. Israel insisted it had acted in self-defense. When the guns fell silent, nothing had shifted except the depth of sorrow. Gaza's skyline, already scarred, now bore the wounds of another cycle completed. The disengagement that had promised separation had delivered entrapment. The walls stood, the gates closed, and the idea of a two-state solution, once the consensus of diplomats and dreamers, was beginning to fade into abstraction. Yet even in this constriction, life persisted. In the narrow streets of Gaza City, vendors sold fruit from carts under the watch of drones. In Ramallah, students debated politics in cafes filled with cigarette smoke and cautious optimism. Across the hills, olive trees flowered as they had for centuries, indifferent to borders. The land endured, waiting for a future its people still refused to stop believing in. The winter of 2008 settled over Gaza like a storm without end. The blockade had tightened to its harshest point, cutting off everything from concrete to medicine. Electricity flickered for hours a day. Water pumps failed. Hospitals rationed supplies. In the markets, prices rose as goods disappeared. Life became a calculation of endurance. Then, on December 27th, the silence broke. Israeli jets filled the sky, striking police stations, government buildings, and crowded streets. The attack came at noon when children were leaving school. In minutes, hundreds were dead. It was the beginning of Operation Cast Lead, a war that would define the decade. For 22 days, Gaza burned. The Israeli army advanced by land and air, facing stiff resistance from Hamas fighters in the alleys of shattered neighborhoods. The world watched in horror as the death toll climbed. Over 1,000 Palestinians, many of them civilians, and 13 Israelis. The streets of Gaza City were turned into fields of ruin, the night sky red with flame. Israel claimed it was defending itself against rockets fired from the enclave. Hamas called it collective punishment. When the guns finally fell silent, Gaza was left in ruins. The world's leaders called for restraint, for investigations, for peace. But the rubble remained, and from that rubble, new resentment was born. The ceasefire that followed was not peace, but pause. Reconstruction was crippled by the blockade. Materials for rebuilding were classified as potential weapons. Families lived in tents beside the craters where their homes had been. The economy, once modestly self-sustaining, collapsed completely. For Gaza's youth, nearly half of whom were unemployed, the future narrowed to two choices: despair or defiance. Yet amid the devastation, life continued with the stubborn persistence of the ordinary. Weddings were held among ruins. Children played in the shadows of demolished schools. Survival itself became a form of resistance. The years that followed saw no political breakthrough. Mahmoud Abbas's government in the West Bank spoke the language of diplomacy but achieved little. Negotiations with Israel, mediated by the United States, produced the same circular statements: security for recognition, recognition for security. The two-state solution, once the mantra of every summit, had become a ghost haunting the halls of diplomacy. Settlement expansion continued at record pace. The wall extended deeper into the hills. To the world, Palestine had become a stalemate. To its people, it remained an unfinished story, written in checkpoints and waiting rooms. In 2010, the blockade on Gaza faced its first major international challenge. A flotilla of ships organized by activists from around the world set sail for the enclave, carrying humanitarian aid and a message of defiance. Among them was the Mavi Marmara, a Turkish vessel filled with volunteers. As it approached Gaza's coast, Israeli commandos intercepted it in international waters. The raid turned violent. 9 activists were killed. The incident sparked global outrage, straining Israel's ties with Turkey and galvanizing a new wave of international solidarity with Palestinians. Across Europe and North America, student movements and human rights organizations began to mobilize under the banner of Boycott, Divestment and Sanctions, BDS, calling for non-violent pressure on Israel until it ended the occupation. For the first time in decades, global activism had found a new language for an old cause. Inside Gaza, however, nothing changed. the blockade persisted, enforced as collective punishment and justified as defense. Every crossing remained under surveillance, every tunnel a target. Hamas tightened its internal rule, suppressing dissent and consolidating power. The enclave became a paradox, isolated from the world, yet inseparably connected to its headlines. Each rocket fired, each incursion launched, each death televised. The struggle had become spectacle, a recurring tragedy replayed for an audience that had grown accustomed to its rhythm. In the West Bank, life unfolded under a quieter form of control. The checkpoints remained, but the violence was subtler. Permits denied, land confiscated, walls cutting through olive groves. The Palestinian Authority governed through a fragile partnership with Israel, maintaining security coordination even as negotiations stalled. Abbas, aging and cautious, placed his hopes in diplomacy, pursuing recognition at the United Nations. In 2012, the General Assembly voted overwhelmingly to grant Palestine the status of non-member observer state. The chamber erupted in applause as the Palestinian flag was raised beside those of the nations of the world. Yet the victory was symbolic. On the ground, occupation continued unabated. Israel, now under Benjamin Netanyahu once again, treated diplomacy as theatre. His rhetoric framed the conflict in the language of terrorism and security, replacing the political question of occupation with the moral absolutes of survival. Settlements expanded faster than ever, their roads cutting across the hills like veins of concrete. Jerusalem, claimed as the eternal and undivided capital, was ringed by new suburbs that choked the last fragments of Palestinian space. Each new housing project was another nail in the coffin of the two-state dream. Yet abroad, Netanyahu was feted as a statesman. His mastery of narrative outpaced the truth on the ground. In 2011, the Arab world erupted in revolution. The Arab Spring toppled dictators and raised hopes across the region, but for Palestinians, it brought little change. In Egypt, the fall of Hosni Mubarak briefly opened the Rafah crossing and renewed solidarity with Gaza. But the chaos that followed, civil wars in Syria and Libya, the rise of authoritarian backlash, consumed the region's attention. Palestine, once the central cause of Arab identity, became a peripheral issue in a world overwhelmed by its own crises. The sense of abandonment deepened, but so did self-reliance. In Gaza, engineers built tunnels beneath the border to Egypt, smuggling in food, fuel, and even cars. Beneath the surface of siege, life carved out its own economy. Then, in 2014, the cycle of destruction returned. That summer, after weeks of tension and the killing of teenagers on both sides, Israel launched Operation Protective Edge. The assault began with airstrikes and escalated into a ground invasion. For 50 days, Gaza endured bombardment that turned neighborhoods to dust. Apartment towers folded like paper. Entire families were erased. More than 2,000 Palestinians were killed, including hundreds of children. On the Israeli side, rockets rained on cities, sending civilians into shelters. The rhetoric was familiar, self-defense versus terrorism. But the scale of devastation stunned even those long accustomed to tragedy. When the ceasefire came, Gaza was left in ruins once again. The same streets destroyed in 2009 were destroyed anew. The same promises of reconstruction were made and broken. International donors pledged billions, but little reached those in need. The blockade remained, the checkpoints stood, and the walls grew higher. In the camps and shattered schools, people asked the same questions their grandparents had asked half a century before. How long can a people live on endurance alone? How many times can hope be rebuilt from rubble? Yet even in despair, fragments of resilience glimmered. Artists painted murals on broken walls. Poets recited verses by candlelight during power cuts. Young programmers taught themselves to code from downloaded PDFs, dreaming of futures that existed beyond borders. The human spirit, battered but unextinguished, clung to the same stubborn conviction that had survived every catastrophe, the belief that existence itself was resistance. By 2014, the pattern was unmistakable. Every war ended where it began. Every truce postponed the next. The two-state solution, the phrase that had once defined diplomacy, was now a relic, invoked out of habit by politicians who no longer believed it. On the ground, the geography of occupation had hardened into permanence. One people ruled, another endured. The world moved on to new crises, but in Gaza and the West Bank, time stood still. The walls remained, and behind them a nation waited, not for peace promised from outside, but for the moment when its own fractured unity could find voice again. By the end of 2014, Gaza lay in ruins once again. From the air, the enclave looked like a scar across the earth, concrete crushed into powder, neighborhoods flattened into ash. The ceasefire had brought silence, but not peace. The blockade remained, the border crossings stayed closed, and the smell of smoke hung over the ruins like a memory that refused to fade. In the dim light of generators, families rebuilt walls from the rubble of their own homes, while children played among the fragments as if the war had never paused. For Gaza, destruction had become a season that returned like summer, predictable, relentless, and survived through willpower alone. The Palestinian political landscape mirrored the ruins. The division between Fatah in the West Bank and Hamas in Gaza had become not an anomaly, but the new normal. Each claimed legitimacy. Each accused the other of betrayal. Periodic attempts at reconciliation, brokered in Cairo, Doha, or Moscow, produced photo opportunities but no unity. In the West Bank, Mahmoud Abbas's government ruled through bureaucracy and dependence on international donors, its authority enforced as much by economic control as by popular support. In Gaza, Hamas governed through a mixture of ideology, resilience, and repression, maintaining order with limited means and unyielding discipline. Two governments for one people, two strategies for survival. The world, once obsessed with the promise of a two-state solution, had moved on. The wars in Syria and Yemen, the rise of ISIS, and the refugee crisis shifted global attention elsewhere. Diplomats still spoke the familiar phrases: negotiations, mutual recognition, viable borders. But the words sounded hollow. On the ground, Israel's settlement expansion had erased the map that peace once imagined. By 2016, more than 500,000 Israelis lived beyond the 1967 lines, in towns connected to Jerusalem and Tel Aviv by smooth highways that bypassed Palestinian villages entirely. The geography of coexistence had been replaced by a mosaic of separation. For Palestinians living under occupation, daily life was a choreography of endurance. In Hebron, settlers occupied the upper floors of old stone houses, while Palestinians passed below, under nets meant to catch the trash and stones thrown from above. In the hills south of Nablus, farmers faced demolition orders for homes built without Israeli permits that were impossible to obtain. The separation wall snaked through the landscape, dividing neighborhoods, cutting through olive groves, and encircling communities like an ever-tightening noose. Yet even as the walls rose, so did defiance. Protests in Bilin and Nabi Saleh, led by villagers armed only with flags and chants, became weekly rituals of resistance. The occupation had lasted so long that it had become not only a system, but an atmosphere, one that people inhaled, resisted, and survived. Israel, under Benjamin Netanyahu's long rule, entered a period of paradox. Economically prosperous and militarily secure, it projected stability to the world while living in permanent conflict with the people under its control. The peace process, once central to Israeli politics, became irrelevant. The status quo, containment, control, and selective violence, was seen as sustainable. The walls had not only divided land, they had divided perception. For many Israelis, Palestine existed only as a security problem, not a neighboring nation waiting to be born. Yet within this apparent permanence, unease stirred. Demographics, morality, and global opinion were slowly shifting, and even those who celebrated stability could sense the quiet weight of inevitability pressing in from the edges of history. In 2017, the United States formally recognized Jerusalem as the capital of Israel, moving its embassy there and shattering decades of diplomatic consensus. The announcement sparked outrage across the Arab world and protests in the streets of Palestine. But the international response was muted. For Palestinians, it was not only an act of provocation, but of erasure, a declaration that their dreams and diplomacy could be rewritten by decree. Yet even this symbolic defeat failed to extinguish their determination. In Gaza, tens of thousands marched in the Great March of Return in 2018, demanding the right to return to the lands their families had fled in 1948. They approached the fences unarmed, waving flags and keys, the symbols of memory and belonging. Israeli snipers opened fire, killing and wounding hundreds. The images of smoke, flags and gunfire replayed across the world, reminding everyone that the past was never past. Amid tragedy, new voices emerged. Palestinian youth, raised in an age of smartphones and social media, carried their cause beyond borders. They filmed checkpoints, documented demolitions, and shared stories from inside Gaza's darkness. Hashtags became rallying cries, transforming global awareness. What older generations had once shouted in the streets now trended online, carried in real time from refugee camps to college campuses. The struggle that had once depended on political leaders now unfolded through millions of ordinary voices. Digital connection became the new form of solidarity, crossing boundaries that walls could not contain. In 2020, the world changed again. A pandemic swept across borders, locking down cities from Tel Aviv to Rafah. For the first time, checkpoints closed not only for politics, but for public health. The virus made everyone feel, briefly, the confinement that Palestinians had known for decades. In the silence of global lockdowns, inequality became visible in stark relief. Settlers received vaccines first, while medical supplies in Gaza arrived late or not at all. Yet amid the fear and isolation, small acts of compassion bridged divides. Israeli and Palestinian doctors collaborated in hospitals. Volunteers distributed food across invisible lines. Even in crisis, the shared fragility of life revealed what politics had long denied, that coexistence was not impossible, only unchosen. That same year, Israel signed normalization agreements with several Arab states, the Abraham Accords, brokered by the United States. The United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Sudan, and Morocco established diplomatic relations with Israel, citing economic cooperation and regional stability. To many in the Arab world, the move signaled progress. To Palestinians, it felt like abandonment. The cause that had once united Arab identity was now a bargaining chip in the geopolitics of oil, trade, and security. Yet the accords also exposed a deeper truth. Even as governments normalized relations with Israel, global civil society was normalizing solidarity with Palestine. The lines of allegiance were shifting from states to peoples. In 2021, violence returned to Jerusalem and Gaza. Protests over the evictions of Palestinian families from the Sheikh Jarrah neighborhood ignited a new wave of confrontation. Videos of families dragged from their homes spread across the internet, sparking outrage from London to Jakarta. When Israeli police stormed the Al-Aqsa Mosque during Ramadan prayers, rockets were launched from Gaza, and Israel responded with airstrikes. For 11 days, the war replayed its familiar choreography: bombs, funerals, ceasefire. But this time, something had changed. Across the world, protests filled the streets. Cities that had long watched in silence erupted in solidarity. The Palestinian flag appeared beside those of other struggles for justice, its meaning expanding beyond borders. By 2023, 75 years after the Nakba, the question of Palestine had become both timeless and urgent. The physical landscape remained carved by walls and settlements, but the moral landscape was shifting. In universities, parliaments, and social movements, the demand for accountability grew louder. Even within Israel, a generation raised in the shadow of occupation began to question the permanence of the status quo. They saw that walls could not secure peace. They could only delay reckoning. The conflict had ceased to be a story of two nations. It had become a mirror for the world's conscience. For Palestinians, the decades since Oslo had been a journey through hope, betrayal, and endurance. Yet despite division, siege, and despair, their identity had not fractured. It had adapted. Culture flourished in exile. Poetry, film, and art continued to assert presence in the face of erasure. The word sumud, steadfastness, remained the anthem of a people who refused to vanish. In the ruins of Gaza, in the narrow streets of Hebron, in the diaspora stretching from Santiago to Sydney, the story continued, not as tragedy, but as testimony. For every wall built, there remained a memory that could not be fenced. 75 years after the Nakba, Palestine remained a wound and a witness. The land itself carried memory like sediment, layer upon layer of conquest, exile, and return. The headlines of 2023 were familiar: incursions in Jenin, airstrikes over Gaza, diplomatic condemnations that vanished within days. Yet beneath the repetition, something was shifting. The story that had long been confined to politics was re-emerging as a moral reckoning. Around the world, people began to speak not only of borders and peace processes, but of justice, equality, and historical accountability. Palestine was no longer a distant tragedy. It was a mirror held up to the conscience of humanity. Inside Gaza, the siege had entered its 18th year. Generations had now grown up knowing nothing beyond the walls, the drones, the intermittent hum of electricity. Yet life refused to surrender. Teachers conducted classes in bombed-out schools. Doctors treated patients by the light of cell phones during power cuts. The border crossings still opened only sporadically, but through them trickled books, medicines, and hope. Artists painted murals on the concrete barriers. Children with wings, doves carrying keys, verses from Darwish and Kanafani. Each brushstroke defied the narrative of erasure. In a world of statistics and reports, art remained the one uncontainable truth. The political divisions that had defined Palestinian life for nearly 2 decades persisted, but even they began to lose their grip on imagination. Mahmoud Abbas, now in his late 80s, still presided over the Palestinian Authority, his rule a vestige of an era long past. Elections were promised but never held, their absence justified by occupation, instability, or fear. Hamas maintained its control over Gaza, its authority unquestioned but its vision static. Yet beneath these aging structures, new currents stirred. Youth collectives, feminist movements, environmental activists, and artists began to redefine what Palestinian liberation meant. Not only statehood, but dignity. Not only borders, but belonging. The diaspora, too, was awakening in new ways. In universities across Europe and the Americas, Palestinian students led campaigns that linked their struggle with others, from Black Lives Matter to indigenous rights movements. The parallels were not rhetorical but lived. Exile had taught them to see oppression as global, solidarity as borderless. What once had been dismissed as political rhetoric now emerged as shared philosophy, that freedom anywhere demanded justice everywhere. This new language, spoken in dozens of accents, reconnected the fragmented narrative of a people scattered across continents. Within Israel itself, dissent grew louder. A new generation of activists, Jewish and Arab, began questioning the permanence of occupation and the moral cost of control. They marched in Tel Aviv and Haifa, holding signs that read, "Another future is possible." They were a minority, often vilified, sometimes silenced, but their existence proved that conscience had not vanished. For them, safety could not be built on domination. Security could not be maintained by walls. Their voices joined a growing global chorus that rejected the illusion of separation. The walls that divided the land were real, but the psychological ones were beginning to crack. Regionally, the Middle East entered a period of quiet realignment. The wars that had once consumed it were cooling into uneasy truces. Saudi Arabia and Iran reopened embassies, Turkey re-engaged with neighbors, and a new pragmatism replaced the ideological fervor of the past decades. In this shifting landscape, Palestine remained unresolved, a cause too symbolic to abandon, too complex to solve. Yet every regional summit, every normalization deal, carried within it an unspoken truth. That stability in the region was impossible without justice in Palestine. Even those who turned away from the issue could not escape its gravitational pull. By 2024, global awareness had reached a point that earlier generations could only imagine. Films, novels, and documentaries brought Palestinian stories to mainstream audiences. Streaming platforms carried the voices of Gazan poets. Art exhibitions in Berlin and São Paulo displayed works painted under siege. For many around the world, Palestine ceased to be an abstraction. It became human. The faces of children studying under rubble, of mothers queuing for water, of farmers tending olive trees under occupation, replaced the stereotypes of militants and victims. The humanity that politics had tried to erase returned in color, sound, and word. Meanwhile, technology reshaped the battlefield of narrative. Artificial intelligence, satellite imagery, and open-source investigations exposed war crimes in real time. No longer could governments hide behind silence or censorship. Every act of violence left a digital shadow. Palestinian journalists armed with smartphones became witnesses whose testimonies reached millions within minutes. Truth, long manipulated, now traveled faster than propaganda. The digital age had turned visibility into a weapon of resistance. Yet despite this growing awareness, the material reality of occupation persisted. The checkpoints remained, the raids continued, and Gaza's economy teetered on the brink of collapse. International diplomacy offered words but little action. The International Criminal Court opened inquiries. Reports were filed, condemned, and archived. The machinery of global order moved with the same slowness that had allowed injustice to harden into normalcy. But among ordinary people, Palestinians and allies alike, patience was running out. Grassroots movements called for accountability, not negotiation, for equality, not merely statehood. The moral center of the conflict was shifting from politics to principle. For Israel, the illusion of permanence was beginning to falter. The political landscape fractured under internal strife, protests over judicial reforms, divisions between secular and religious factions, economic inequality. The same state that had built itself on unity now wrestled with identity. Some Israelis began to confront a truth long denied, that occupation had not protected democracy but corroded it. A society cannot remain free while ruling over another people. The contradictions, once manageable, were becoming unbearable. In the midst of all this, the Palestinian people continued their quiet revolution of survival. Farmers returned each spring to their terraces, planting olive trees older than empire. Teachers in refugee camps taught history not as tragedy, but as continuity. Musicians recorded songs in home studios powered by car batteries. Life persisted not out of optimism, but out of necessity. The understanding that existence itself was a declaration of identity. Each generation inherited the burden of loss, but also the inheritance of endurance. By 2025, the story of Palestine had outgrown its political framework. It was no longer merely a conflict between two peoples, but a global meditation on justice, memory, and the human right to belong. The question was no longer whether Palestine would be recognized by states, but whether humanity could recognize itself through Palestine. Every movement for freedom, every struggle for equality, found a reflection in its story. It had become the moral compass of an age uncertain of its direction. And yet, amid the abstractions of history, there remained the concrete simplicity of land and people. The hills of the West Bank still caught the light each evening in shades of gold. The Mediterranean still broke gently against the shore of Gaza, waves erasing footprints only to reveal new ones. The muezzin's call still echoed from minarets beside church bells in Jerusalem, a harmony older than division. In those sounds, in that landscape, was the truth that no wall could obscure, that the land remembers, and those who belong to it remember in return. History, as it turned out, was not a straight line, but a spiral. The events of the past century looped endlessly, repeating and transforming, but each turn carried the faint trace of progress, a widening awareness, a deeper empathy, a slow awakening to the cost of forgetting. The Palestinians, scattered yet steadfast, remained the keepers of that awareness. They carried it in their songs, in their silences, in their very act of staying. They were and remain the memory of the land made flesh. As the 21st century moved forward, the question of Palestine persisted. Not as a diplomatic problem to be solved, but as a human truth that demanded to be felt. It asked the same timeless question it had always asked. How does a people live when denied a home? And how does the world live with that denial? The answer, as ever, lay not in treaties or borders, but in the quiet resilience of those who refused to vanish. For as long as a single olive tree still rooted itself in the soil, as long as a child in Gaza still drew the outline of a key, the story of Palestine would continue, not as tragedy, but as testament. Before politics, before the lines on maps, there was the land. Its hills, its stones, its wind. They formed the first language of Palestine. Every village had its rhythm, every season its vocabulary. The olive harvest was not simply labor, but a ritual of belonging. Families gathering under trees older than empire, singing the same folk songs that had drifted through generations. To pick the olives was to speak to the land in its own tongue. Long before the world learned the name Palestinian, the people of this land had been telling its story in songs and proverbs, in embroidery and bread, in the way they shaped their days around sun and soil. When dispossession came, that language became memory. The villages destroyed in 1948 were erased from maps but not from mouths. Each refugee carried the name of a lost place like a prayer. In exile camps, children learned to recite the villages their families came from. Deir Yassin, Lifta, Al-Majdal, Al-Tantura, as if repeating them could call them back into existence. Grandmothers wove the patterns of those villages into tatrees, the cross-stitched embroidery that turned fabric into cartography. Each region had its motif, the cypress of Ramallah, the stars of Hebron, the key pattern of Jaffa. What could not be reclaimed in land was reclaimed in thread. This transformation of life into language, of loss into symbol, became the foundation of Palestinian identity. Under occupation, every gesture acquired meaning. To plant a tree was to declare ownership. To bake bread from wheat grown on ancestral soil was to affirm continuity. Even silence in the face of checkpoints and interrogations became eloquent, a grammar of survival. Culture was not a refuge from politics, it was the terrain where politics was lived. The poetry of Mahmoud Darwish became its scripture. His verses carried the rhythm of exile. the longing for a homeland always just beyond reach. He wrote not of geography, but of essence. We have on this earth what makes life worth living. His poems were read in classrooms, whispered in prisons, carved on the walls of refugee camps. Darwish turned the Arabic language itself into resistance. Lyrical, wounded, defiant. Through his words, Palestinians discovered that identity was not granted by borders but sustained by memory. Alongside him stood Ghassan Kanafani, the writer and revolutionary whose stories revealed the quiet heroism of ordinary people. In his short story, Men in the Sun, 3 refugees suffocate inside a tanker truck while trying to cross a border. His final line, "Why didn't they knock on the walls of the tank?" became a metaphor for silence under oppression. Kanafani's murder in 1972 by an Israeli car bomb only deepened his legend. His works were banned in some places but memorized in others, circulating in photocopies passed hand to hand. Literature, in the Palestinian experience, was never just art. It was survival in the form of words. Music, too, bore witness. The folk songs that once celebrated harvests evolved into anthems of struggle. The dabki, a traditional line dance performed at weddings, became a statement of unity, feet striking the earth in rhythm, bodies moving as one collective pulse. During the First Intifada, dabke was performed at protests and funerals alike, blurring the boundary between celebration and resistance. The rhythm said what words could not, "We are still here." In the diaspora, these cultural expressions became lifelines connecting generations to a land they could no longer touch. In Beirut, Damascus, Amman, Santiago, and Detroit, Palestinians recreated the textures of home through music, cuisine, and ritual. The scent of thyme and olive oil in kitchens became a geography of memory. To cook makluba or musakan was not merely to eat, but to remember. Even the simplest ingredients, lentils, olive oil, bread, became sacred tokens of identity. Through them, exiles could taste the soil of their ancestors. In refugee camps, children painted maps on the walls of UN schools, sketching the outlines of a homeland they knew only through stories. Their art was often naive, sometimes brilliant, always haunted by the same horizon, the sea they could not reach, the orange groves they had only heard about. Art therapists working in the camps discovered that children would draw keys again and again, house keys passed down by grandparents, symbols of homes locked behind history. The key became an icon of the rite of return, a tangible connection between past and possibility. In this way, culture became both archive and prophecy. Each song, poem, and embroidery pattern preserved the past while imagining a future where the fragments might be whole again. Even the language itself, Arabic tinged with the dialects of Galilee, Gaza, and Jerusalem, became a vessel of survival. Under occupation, to speak Arabic in the streets of annexed Jerusalem, to teach it in schools despite attempts to erase it, was an act of quiet rebellion. The resilience of Palestinian culture lay not in uniformity but in adaptability. It absorbed exile and occupation, absorbing loss without surrendering identity. Pain was not aestheticized but transformed into story, color, and rhythm. The world came to know the Palestinian struggle not only through news footage of war, but through the voices of poets, the canvases of painters, the cadence of the dabke, the laughter of children refusing despair. Through culture, a people refused to become statistics. Through art, they reclaimed humanity from the language of politics. Every generation learned the same lesson anew, that culture is the final frontier of freedom. When land can be confiscated and passports denied, when borders close and cities fall silent, the song remains. And as long as it is sung, the people remain, enduring, remembering, and rewriting their place in history. If the first generation of Palestinians carried their identity in exile, the next carried it into art. From the ashes of 1948, A new kind of artist emerged, one who painted not landscapes but loss, not portraits but persistence. Their canvases, films and songs became the museums of a homeland that could not be visited, the memory made visible. Culture and resistance were no longer separate paths. They were the same act performed in different languages. In the 1960s and 1970s, as refugee camps grew into cities of permanence, a cultural revolution unfolded alongside the political one. The Palestine Liberation Organization, PLO, recognized early that the struggle was not only military or diplomatic, it was cultural. The pen, the brush, the camera became as essential as the rifle. Artists in Beirut, Amman, and Damascus gathered under its umbrella to forge a shared aesthetic of liberation. Posters became weapons, their imagery blending folk motifs with revolutionary urgency. A woman in a keffiyeh holding a rifle, a child throwing a stone, a sun rising behind barbed wire. These images circulated across the Arab world, turning art into a visual vocabulary of resistance. Among the pioneers was Ismail Shammout, whose paintings depicted the trauma of the Nakba with vivid, almost biblical intensity. His canvases showed women carrying children and bundles through desert landscapes, men staring back at burning villages, images that elevated ordinary Palestinians to the stature of icons. His wife, Tamam al-Akhal, joined him in transforming exile into epic. Together they chronicled not just suffering, but endurance, the capacity to live despite the unlivable. Their works were displayed in refugee camps and embassies alike, teaching generations to see themselves not as victims, but as inheritors of dignity. Cinema followed the same path. In the 1970s, the Palestine Film Unit, the first of its kind, began documenting the revolution from within. Young filmmakers trained with borrowed equipment, often filming between bombings, smuggling reels across borders. Their footage captured the texture of life in the camps, the laughter of children, the quiet determination of fighters cleaning their rifles, the funerals that turned into demonstrations. Many of those films were lost in the 1982 Israeli invasion of Lebanon, when the PLO archives in Beirut were bombed. But the images that survived became the foundation of Palestinian cinema, a medium that refused to die, even when its reels were burned. In later decades, new filmmakers picked up the lens. Elia Suleiman, born in Nazareth, used absurdity to depict the surreal normalcy of occupation. His film Divine Intervention turned checkpoints and patrols into scenes of dark comedy, transforming oppression into allegory. Others, like Hani Abu Assad, took a grittier approach. His Paradise Now followed two friends preparing for a suicide mission, exposing the human complexity behind acts often reduced to headlines. These works reached global audiences, bringing the Palestinian story into festivals and art houses far from the Middle East. Through cinema, the world began to see Palestinians not as symbols, but as people caught in the machinery of history. Music, too, evolved with the times. In the camps of Lebanon, Marcel Khaliff's songs turned the poems of Darwish into hymns of defiance. His deep, resonant voice carried verses that had once been whispered in secret into concert halls across the Arab world. Later, Palestinian hip-hop artists like DAM, formed in Lod in the early 2000s, gave the struggle a new rhythm. Their lyrics, switching between Arabic, Hebrew, and English, addressed occupation, poverty, and identity with raw immediacy. Born here, live here, die here, they rapped, reclaiming existence as permanence. For a new generation, resistance spoke not in slogans, but in beats. Across disciplines, the unifying theme remained the same, the insistence on being seen. To create was to counter erasure. Every poem, every film, every song was a testimony that Palestinians were not relics of a past conflict, but a living, evolving culture. Pain was not the end of the story, it was the medium through which beauty persisted. In the realm of visual art, Slimane Mansour became a defining figure. His most famous work, Camel of Hardship, depicts a Palestinian laborer carrying Jerusalem on his back, its domes and walls rendered in earthy tones of ochre and brown. Painted during the First Intifada, when artists were forbidden to display the Palestinian flag, Mansour and his peers used its colors, red, black, white and green, in every canvas. His art embodied sumud, steadfastness, the belief that dignity could be carried even when the land could not. "Our art was our weapon," he once said, because they feared the image as much as the word. The cultural front extended beyond the Middle East. In Chile, home to one of the largest Palestinian diasporas, writers and musicians fused Latin and Arab traditions, creating new forms of expression that carried both exile and belonging. In the United States, Palestinian-American authors like Susan Abulhawa and Randa Jarrah used English as a language of reclamation. Their novels transformed displacement into literature, telling stories that moved seamlessly between continents and generations. Abulhawa's Mornings in Jenin became a global phenomenon, a narrative bridge connecting readers to a history often obscured by politics. Even within occupied Palestine, creativity thrived under restriction. In the alleys of Bethlehem, graffiti artists painted the separation wall with murals of hope and defiance. One depicted a window opening onto a field of flowers, another a girl flying over the wall with balloons. British artist Banksy collaborated with local painters, drawing global attention to what Palestinians had long known. The wall was not just concrete, but canvas. Tourists came to photograph it, not realizing that in doing so, they bore witness to both injustice and endurance. Art turned imprisonment into gallery. Cultural institutions emerged as acts of resistance in themselves. The Edward Said National Conservatory of Music, founded in Ramallah, trained young musicians to play oud, violin and piano under occupation. Each recital was both performance and protest, a declaration that life continued despite constraint. The Palestinian Museum in Birzeit, opened in 2016, dedicated itself to telling the story of a people whose archives were scattered across continents. Even its architecture, a modernist structure overlooking olive groves, embodied continuity, merging tradition with innovation. What unites these expressions is not merely their artistry, but their defiance of invisibility. For Palestinians, art has never been luxury, it has been necessity. When history denies your existence, creativity becomes proof of life. The brushstroke, the melody, the sentence, they are all acts of reclamation, fragments of a home rebuilt in imagination. Each artist, knowingly or not, participates in a lineage that stretches back to the first songs sung among the olive trees, and forward to whatever form freedom may one day take. Culture, in this sense, is not an escape from reality, but a rewriting of it. It transforms pain into purpose, absence into presence. It preserves the memory of what was lost and builds the blueprint of what could still be gained. In every exhibition, concert or book, the message is the same. We exist. We remember. We create. And perhaps this is the deepest resistance of all, not the resistance that destroys, but the one that endures, not the resistance of anger, but of creation. In the long struggle for Palestine, the battlefield has often been the land itself, but the victory has always belonged to culture, the one domain where occupation cannot rule. Memory, for Palestinians, has never been a passive act. It is a craft, a duty, and sometimes a rebellion. The elders remember through stories, the young remember through technology. Between them, a bridge of remembrance stretches across 75 years of loss and endurance. What began as oral history whispered in tents has evolved into a digital archive that spans continents. In this transformation, the Palestinian struggle has found a new language, a language of networks, data, and images that cannot be bombed or exiled. In the early years of exile, memory was transmitted in the simplest of ways, through names, songs, and family trees drawn on scraps of paper. Refugee camps in Lebanon and Jordan became living libraries, their elders the keepers of history. In crowded courtyards, they told children about the villages that once dotted the hills of Galilee and the coast of Jaffa. The stories followed a pattern as familiar as prayer: what the houses looked like, how the wheat smelled in summer, the sound of the sea at night. Each retelling transformed nostalgia into resistance. To remember was to refuse disappearance. But as the decades passed, a new generation inherited the same memories without the same geography. They grew up surrounded not by olive groves, but by satellite dishes and smartphones. For them, memory had to find new vessels. In the digital age, this meant websites, archives, podcasts, and social media accounts dedicated to preserving the fragments of a dispersed identity. Pages like Palestine Remembered and Visualizing Palestine became museums without walls, hosting thousands of photographs, maps, and testimonies. The stories once confined to family gatherings now reached millions, traveling faster than any refugee could move. Digital activism gave birth to what many call the online intifada. Palestinians and their allies used hashtags to bypass censorship, uploading footage from protests and raids in real time. Each video clip, each photo of a demolished home became both documentation and defiance. The smartphone replaced the archive box. The internet became the collective memory of a nation without borders. For the first time, the power to narrate the Palestinian experience was no longer monopolized by governments or news agencies. It belonged to the people themselves. In the diaspora, technology also transformed identity. Young Palestinians born in Chile, Canada, or Qatar could trace their roots through digital family trees, connect with distant relatives, and visit virtual reconstructions of the villages their grandparents had fled. 3D mapping projects recreated the streets of Haifa and Acre as they once were, allowing users to walk through their ancestral neighborhoods online. The exiled now roamed their homeland in pixels. A bittersweet freedom, but freedom nonetheless. These digital landscapes, though intangible, carried profound emotional weight. They reminded the world that what was erased could still be remembered, rebuilt, and reimagined. Alongside these digital archives grew a renaissance of contemporary art and literature. Young Palestinian authors began writing novels that moved between Ramallah and Berlin, Gaza and Brooklyn, exploring the complexities of exile in a globalized world. Their characters spoke multiple languages, navigated multiple identities, and embodied the new Palestinian experience, rooted in loss but fluent in survival. Their stories appeared in international literary journals, film festivals, and online publications, ensuring that Palestinian voices could no longer be silenced by geography. Visual artists, too, embraced this transnational identity. Exhibitions in London, Dubai, and Johannesburg featured works that fused traditional motifs, keys, oranges, maps, with modern media installations. Artists like Emily Jassir and Larissa Sansour used video and photography to question the meaning of home and belonging in an age of displacement. Jassir's work Where We Come From asked Palestinians what they would do if they could return to their homeland. Sansour's films imagined futuristic versions of Palestine suspended between science fiction and memory. Through these explorations, the idea of Palestine expanded beyond time. It became a space of imagination, constantly rebuilt by those who refused to forget. Even architecture joined this chorus of resistance. In Ramallah and Bethlehem, new buildings rose that blended contemporary design with traditional materials: stone walls, arches, courtyards. They were acts of quiet reclamation, proof that modernity and heritage could coexist. The Palestinian Museum, perched on a hillside in Birzeit, symbolized this vision. Its minimalist architecture, surrounded by terraced gardens, embodied both absence and presence, a museum dedicated to a history that was still unfolding. Visitors walked through its halls aware that they were not entering a space of mourning but of continuation. Palestinian cuisine also found its global audience. Chefs in diaspora cities began opening restaurants that offered not just food but narrative. Each dish came with a story: the resilience of farmers cultivating olives under occupation, the legacy of women preserving recipes passed down from mothers to daughters. Cookbooks like Reem Kassis's The Palestinian Table and Judy Caller's Palestine on a Plate introduced the world to the flavors of za'atar, sumac, and frike, each ingredient a thread in the larger tapestry of identity. Food became diplomacy. Hospitality became resistance. To serve a Palestinian meal was to remind the world that the culture of a people could not be blockaded. At the same time, sport and fashion joined the language of defiance. Football clubs in the West Bank carried banners of unity. Palestinian runners competed internationally under a flag once banned. Designers in Ramallah and Amman reinvented traditional embroidery into modern couture, their patterns walking global runways. The keffiyeh, once a symbol of rural labor and later of revolution, became a universal emblem of solidarity, worn by protesters, musicians, and activists from Cape Town to California. Each thread, each pattern, was a quiet insistence that identity endures by adaptation. Culture, in all its forms, had achieved what politics could not. It connected Palestinians across borders and generations. In doing so, it began to reshape the world's understanding of resistance. No longer defined solely by conflict, Palestine emerged as a symbol of creative endurance. Its art, food, fashion, and literature reached audiences far beyond the Middle East, weaving the Palestinian story into global consciousness. Even those who knew nothing of history could taste, hear, or see its resonance. Yet for all this global recognition, the essence of Palestinian culture remained profoundly local. In Gaza, musicians still tuned their ouds by candlelight during power cuts. In Jerusalem, calligraphers wrote Quranic verses beside the walls of ancient churches. In the hills of Hebron, families still gathered each October to harvest olives by hand, singing the same songs that had once echoed through villages long erased. The continuity of these rituals spoke louder than any speech or slogan. Culture was not merely survival, it was sovereignty in practice. As the 21st century advanced, the future of Palestinian identity appeared both uncertain and unstoppable. Politically, the path to statehood remained blocked, but culturally, the nation had already transcended its borders. In art galleries, concert halls, and online spaces, Palestine existed as both presence and idea. The people who had once been described as stateless had created a state of imagination, bound not by geography but by memory. Perhaps this is the final paradox of the Palestinian story, that while the physical homeland remains contested, the cultural homeland grows larger every year. Each poem, each painting, each shared photograph extends its boundaries. The map of memory keeps expanding, reclaimed not by soldiers, but by storytellers. And in that expansion lies the ultimate victory, because in the end, to remember is to resist, and to create is to return. History rarely ends, it changes tense. What was once future becomes memory, what was once defeat becomes lesson. For Palestine, history has never been a straight line of loss and recovery. It is a circle, a tide, a rhythm that carries forward even when it seems to retreat. The story does not conclude. It continues in every act of endurance, in every child who learns the names of places they have never seen, in every olive tree replanted after it has been cut down. The land remembers. Even when maps are redrawn, even when languages shift, the contours of belonging remain inscribed in stone and wind. In the villages rebuilt from rubble, in the terraces restored by patient hands, the past breathes through the present. Farmers bend to the soil knowing that others bent before them. that the roots they tend reach deeper than any wall. The smell of crushed time, the echo of the call to prayer, the shimmer of the sea on a clear morning. These are not just sensory memories, but proofs of existence, reminders that life continues in defiance of erasure. For generations, Palestinians have lived in two dimensions at once, the physical and the remembered. Their cities exist both in the here and the elsewhere, Jaffa on the coast of the Mediterranean, and Jaffa in the mind of a refugee in Lebanon, Jerusalem of stone and Jerusalem of longing. This duality is exhausting, but it is also sustaining. It means that even when denied return, they remain accompanied by the shadow of home. The diaspora has turned memory into territory. Exile, once meant to scatter, has become a form of preservation. The further people traveled, the wider they carried the story. In Santiago and São Paulo, in Amman and Dearborn, in Berlin and Cape Town, Palestinian cafes fill with conversation that moves seamlessly between past and present. Elders tell stories of the old cities, how the fishermen of Acre could read the sea like scripture, how the bread of Nablus smelled when baked at dawn. Younger generations listen while scrolling through digital archives on their phones, matching the stories to images. The homeland, once confined to geography, now exists as network and narrative. What was once fragile memory has become an ecosystem of remembrance that no checkpoint can stop. Culture has done what politics could not. It has carried continuity across rupture. Poets still write in Arabic, English, and Spanish about the same fields, the same wind, the same ache. Pain has not diminished their imagination. It has deepened it. Artists draw keys and oranges not because they are nostalgic, but because these objects hold compressed histories. To paint an orange from Jaffa is to recall the orchards confiscated in 1948, but also the sweetness that preceded loss, the proof that life was full before catastrophe. In every cultural gesture lies a refusal to let tragedy define identity. The act of remembering has always contained within it the possibility of return. Return does not only mean crossing borders, it means reclaiming narrative. When a Palestinian filmmaker tells the story of her grandmother's village, she is returning. When a musician samples the sounds of the old markets of Jerusalem, he is returning. When a teacher in Gaza instructs students to write their family names on the map, they are returning. Memory becomes geography again. Imagination becomes movement. In this sense, Palestine endures as both reality and metaphor. It stands for a specific people and place, but also for every community that has known dispossession, every culture that has fought to remain visible. The Palestinian experience has become a lens through which the modern world sees its own fractures, the refugee crises, the struggles for indigenous rights, the questions of identity in an age of borders and surveillance. To speak of Palestine today is to speak of the human condition itself, our capacity for cruelty, and our equal capacity for resilience. For all its suffering, the Palestinian story is also one of creativity. Under siege, people invent new ways to live. Engineers design solar panels from salvaged parts. Teachers turn courtyards into classrooms. Doctors perform surgeries by flashlight when power fails. These acts, unglamorous and unseen, are the daily miracles of endurance. They remind the world that resistance is not only the throwing of stones or the writing of manifestos. It is also the quiet insistence on normalcy. To teach a child algebra in a bombed schoolhouse is an act of profound defiance. The outside world often asks what hope remains. Hope, for Palestinians, has never been an abstract optimism. It is a discipline. It is the act of believing that tomorrow is possible even when today seems impossible. Hope is rebuilding the same house 3 times. It is marrying under curfew, planting under shellfire, laughing when laughter seems forbidden. It is faith in the cyclical nature of time, that what has been lost can, in some form, return. The olive tree cut down sends up new shoots from its roots. The same is true of people. In recent years, a quiet transformation has begun to take shape. Around the world, audiences who once encountered Palestine only as news headline now engage with it through art, film, and literature. The conversation has shifted from pity to recognition. The question is no longer, what do they want? But what do they mean to us? The Palestinian story has become a universal parable of persistence, the testimony that identity, when rooted in culture, can survive every attempt at erasure. There is a profound irony in this endurance. The same forces that sought to erase Palestine ended up amplifying it. The wall that was meant to divide has become a canvas visited by thousands. The refugee camps that were meant to be temporary have produced poets and scholars. The diaspora, meant to dissolve identity, has globalized it. Every act of suppression has generated new forms of expression. Every closure has forced invention. What other culture has turned constraints so completely into creation? The old generation, those who fled or were expelled in 1948, are passing now. But they leave behind not only sorrow, but clarity. They taught their children that freedom is not only a political project, but a moral one. That justice, even if delayed, is inevitable because memory is patient. They pass on keys that may never open physical doors, but open minds to the idea that nothing is ever truly lost. The young inherit not despair, but the determination to make meaning where power fails. In the streets of Ramallah, graffiti artists still paint verses from Darwish, "On this earth, what makes life worth living?" The words appear on walls that may one day crumble, but the sentiment will remain. It is both declaration and invitation, an insistence that the love of land, of life itself, outlasts oppression. The poet is gone, but his voice continues in classrooms, cafes, and songs. Poetry, after all, has always been Palestine's most enduring architecture. To walk the land today is to sense this dual existence. The visible and the invisible, the sorrow and the grace. Children play soccer beside ruins. Shepherds lead their flocks through fields laced with history. The wind carries both dust and music. From the hilltops one can see the separation wall snaking across the valley like a scar, yet beyond it lie the same sunsets, the same vast horizon. The beauty of the land is unbothered by politics. Nature has no ideology, it simply endures. And perhaps this endurance teaches the final lesson, that all empires crumble, but the earth remains. Every generation redefines resistance. For some it is the protest march, for others the classroom, for still others the digital post that exposes truth to the world. The forms change, but the essence does not. Resistance is the refusal to let injustice become normal. It is the decision to live as though freedom were already possible. This too is a kind of art, the art of survival. In the end, perhaps the future of Palestine will not be decided by borders or summits, but by stories. Stories told and retold until they reshape imagination itself. The struggle may be political, but the victory will be cultural. The moment when the world understands that justice for one people affirms justice for all. And when that day comes, it will not be marked by parades or declarations, but by a simple, quiet recognition that the land and its people were never separate. As night falls over the hills of the West Bank and the sea whispers against Gaza's shore, the same stars that watched over prophets and empires still burn. Time moves, but memory remains. In every heart that remembers, in every voice that tells the story again, Palestine endures. The land remembers, and through that remembrance, so does the world.